Well, just getting started this morning, a little earlier than usual, but that's because I have a hard stop at 2 o'clock today. Hello, hello. Happy Friday, folks. A lot to talk about today. We're going to do current news and shit like we always do, but I want to take a little bit of time to talk about Black Maternal Health Week. Got some information. You won? What'd you win, Blue Honey Pot? Tell me what you won. You win? Oh, racing to get here first? Good morning, David. Good morning, Mary Ann. Good morning, Conchita. Face. Good morning, Nancy G. Hey, Dirty Dad bloggers. Brandy, Cam, Win Dixie, Sassy. What's up, Amy? How are you all? Nobody knows. Good morning, Sandy, Crystal, Mel Gray, Jen the Vet, Melinda. Folks, if you are watching me anywhere other than you were number 17, thank you, Melinda. If you are watching me anywhere other than TikTok, make sure that you say hello so that I can greet you. If you're on Substack, just know that I'm watching. I love you, even though I can't see your comments. Great place for the wonders and wishes. Take me there. I want to go there. Let's go there. Good morning, Witch. Good morning, everybody. And count to 5. Good morning, coolest mom ever. Thing will be all right in your eyes. I know. I needed a little throwback this morning. Good morning, Michelle Bell. Where we go, nobody knows. It's between me and you. Hey, Farah, what's up? Yeah, Mel Gray, we can expect that. I want to go there. Hey, good morning, B Action Tech Lady. Good to see you guys. Good morning, Carl. I didn't even see you pop up in here. Again, if you are watching anywhere other than TikTok, you got to say hi in the comments or I can't greet you, just so you know. Wishes. All right. Good morning, Butter's House. I think I saw you. Doesn't Bella have an appointment today? It was rescheduled. I found out yesterday afternoon because, I don't need any notice for that kind of shit. Yeah. So here's the deal. So Bella was supposed to have surgery today. And her pediatric pulmonologist had, good morning, Roland. It's hella early there, bro. Right. Just saying. Good morning, Colleen. So, she was supposed to have surgery today. What's up, Ja? And then her pediatric pulmonologist told them straight up, hey, listen, you have to do it at a pediatric hospital, like a children's hospital. You can't just do it. Good morning, Alex. You can't just do it at like a regular surgery center. Even if you do pediatric patients, she has to have a full children's hospital in case something happens because of her chronic pulmonary disease. So when we got the information on Wednesday, I looked at the facility and I said, Anaya, I don't think this is where she's supposed to be, right? I don't think this is where she's supposed to be. No, this is not that, Blue Honey Pot. And so I told Anaya, you need to call them. And of course she called them and then they were like, oh, wait, we got to talk to the surgeons. We got to do this. We got to do that. And then salam on them. And so it ended up, we got notified yesterday afternoon that, oh no, we're going to go ahead and reschedule it because we have to send her to the actual children's hospital, which is what we fucking told you, 3-4 weeks ago. But whatever, man, it's okay. Right. It's okay. It's just one thing off my plate for today. Good morning, Amy FDT. So as you all can tell, I do have current news, Iran, Israel, US, Gaza, all that stuff is still there. And we will absolutely still talking about those things. And I cannot let the week go by without talking about Black Maternal Health Week. In case you all do not know, it is Black Maternal Health Week. And so we got to be talking about Black maternal health. And that means we will also be talking about regular maternal health. But the reason why we talk about Black maternal health is because there are significant disparities when we look at maternal health and its outcomes and even just the prenatal care postnatal care, all of those things, it's different. And there are significant disparities within racial groups and ethnicities when it comes to healthcare overall, and even with maternity things. And there are things that I learned that when I was kind of pulling things together for this, there were things that I learned that I did not previously know. Oh, did you really? I love that your job does that, tech lady. Good morning, Rosalind. Good to see you over there on the Book of Faces. Oh, thanks, MK. I love that too. So, got a lot to talk about. The one thing that I will say, are we listening to RFK today? I don't know. Do I want to split my? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. When is RFK talking? Because do I want to? Like, I don't know. It's always challenging if I want to. And here's my thing. Like, what I tend to do is here's what well, let me just say this. When you said, are we listening? The thing is, I don't want to, right? And what I tend to do is I go back and I pull out like whatever the highlights or anything. And the truth of the matter is, I would be interested in listening to the Secretary of Human Health and Services if I felt like he was going to tell the truth and I would actually learn information that is beneficial. You know what I mean? It would be like, if I felt like I was going to get really pertinent information that would be, important and meaningful to me as a citizen of the United States, I would be inclined. But because all he does is lie, like, I just don't. Good morning, Taryn. I just feel like, he's more interested in getting in a bath with Kid Rock without his shirt on. So, like, yeah, no. But anyway, so I hope that you guys are doing great. You need a good coffee. I have wings today, and I have an extra tall wings. Yeah. Good morning, Dr. Emmy. Good to see you. Oh, this might be a good day for you to be here, right? Because I am going to talk about Black maternal health. So I know that if you've been with me if you were with me prior to the 2024 election, then you already know this. If you were not with me at that time, you might not know this. And so here's what I would like to say. No shit, Michelle. So here's what I would like to say to everybody. Hey, good morning, Did I say good morning, Maryland? If I didn't, good morning, Maryland. Okay, so do me a favor. Put a 1 in the comments if you did not know that Vice President Kamala Harris did a specific initiative around maternal health and specifically Black maternal health while she was in the Joe Biden administration. Now, if you've been with me, then I know that you knew. But if you did not know that because if you learned it from me, you can still put a 1. But if you didn't know it all, put a 1. You knew because of me? Gotcha. Oh, I got it, Veronica, by the way. Okay, so lots of y'all didn't know. So we will talk about that as well. What is that? Oh, hold on. Y'all got a lot going on. Hold on this morning, y'all. Bloop, 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 bloop. I'm not sure what you're talking about in terms of SCOTUS. Good morning, Rasha. What are we talking about with regard to SCOTUS today? What are we? What I don't understand what you mean. No, it's today, Tara. It's today. He's testifying right now. Somebody said something about SCOTUS. Can you tell me but what about it? The testimony was days ago. They're expected to give their decision on birthright citizenship before, yeah. Thank you, Michelle. Ruling this morning, wondering if birthright will be decided. Well, I think that birthright is supposed to be decided before the end of the term. So yeah. Um, so Nicole, are you a Black American, Nicole Turner? You are? Okay, so I would love for you to join the panel. I sent you a request. Let's chat. Good morning, Georgia. Good to see you. Yeah, I sent you an invitation. Oh, thanks, Roger. Appreciate that. I don't see you, Nicole. Good morning, Mary Esther. Good to see you as well. Yeah, I will get to whatever RFK is saying later. Yeah, but I don't think that you're on the panel. So I sent you like an invitation that you just have to accept, and it will bring you to the panel so we can discuss what you were saying. Nicole, if you don't see my invitation, you see the box that's on the screen, that pretty large box that's right there that says request. You can hit that box too, Nicole, and it will bring you up to the panel so we can chat. Eric, I don't know if you were in here yesterday when I showed everybody, um, but I showed everybody what I got recently, and it's absolutely gorgeous, and I love it so much. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it so much. And did Nicole leave, or is she still here? Shut up, Sandy. Of course she did. Okay, so I'm guessing that Nicole left. Okay. All right, so let me go ahead. Oh, thanks, Angela. I appreciate that. So let me go ahead and level set this morning. If you are new to me, let me just let you know I ask for four things in my space. I ask for people to be respectful, to not use slurs of any kind, to not spam the comments. In other words, don't say the same thing over and over and over and over and over again because it's not beneficial. It hurts the algorithm and it's not productive. And then last, don't type in all caps. And the reason why I ask for you to not do that is because I reserve all caps for my moderators. And then I have folks that are vision impaired. And so all caps are reserved for them. And as long as you can do those things, then we will have a productive day today. Okay. Good morning, Heidi. Good morning, Sandra. So good to see you. Folks, when I bring you up, please put yourself on mute until I can get to you. Okay. Oof, let me make sure I have everything going. Thought gap. You were in my request box, but when I hit accept, you went away. Is Thought Gap still in the room? Is Thought Gap or Nicole still in the room? Yes, and they are, Sandy, in three different browsers. 100% they are. In three different browsers, they are. They make fun of me because I have like 30 tabs open on my window. Mind your business, though. Hey, Wes, good to see you. Good morning, Scott. Appreciate it, Jamie. No, they're not still here. Okay, I got that. Okay, well, It doesn't. That's why I always go over, when I go over like the four little guidelines, it tends to clear the drama out of the queue, which I am not mad at, right? Because some people think that they're going to get up here and just and be outrageous, and I just don't get down like that, right? So good to see everybody this morning. Ro, to answer your question, they were supposed to be redelivered yesterday, and here's what I think is happening. I think that because it requires a signature, I think that my mail person is too lazy to actually come over to my building and bring it up for me to sign for it. So they're putting the little like delivery thing saying you got to pick it up. Or actually, it told me I could reschedule, which is what I did. I rescheduled for yesterday. They still didn't bring it. So I think they're going to say, oh, I missed you again. You didn't miss me because I've been right here in this house. You're just too lazy to bring it over here. So what I'm going to have to do is when I get off of here today, I'm going to have to make a phone call and actually go pick it up in person. That's what I think I'm going to have to do. That's what I think I'm going to have to do. Yeah, no shit.
Yo.
Good morning, BZ. How are you?
How you doing? So you that one black vet bitch?
I don't know what vet you're talking about, and I'm definitely not a bitch, so watch your mouth.
You a vet?
So did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Okay, so the way that I run this space is we're respectful. Did you have something that you want to talk about specifically?
Yeah, I want you to suck my dick, you fucking faggot.
Oh,
Fuck you and your
God.
faggot
Oh,
tranny,
my
you fucking
gosh. It is sad that that is how some people like to spend their days. Isn't it sad? Can one of my mods make sure that you go ahead and just report BZ? Yeah. But you know, what's funny is they think that that's going to bother somebody. It doesn't bother me at all. What it sounds like is he ain't getting none and he's mad at women. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? Good morning, Nicole Bell. What's up, Penton? Yeah. Oh, thanks, blessed and grateful. Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean? People will be who people will be. Yeah. And the fact that he kept asking, am I that black vet? So buenos dias with you. What it makes me think is he's intimidated by women that are stronger than they are. You know what I mean? And I don't have time for that. I just don't. Yeah, you would think, Sandy, you would think, but yeah. Listen, that is not, nor will it probably ever be the last time I hear vulgar comments from a man like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Unfortunately, that's who many men are. You want more music after that? Oh, yeah. So YouTube will get me though if I play too much music. But did y'all hear the music that I was playing when we first got on this morning? I was playing some old school jams this morning. Let me see if I can give you a little. I'll give you a little bit. You ready? Give you a little bit. This is what I was playing when I first came on this morning. Some of y'all gonna be too young. Some of y'all don't know nothing about this right here. Take me there, I wanna go there. Let's go there. Take me to that great place for the wonders and wishes. Take me there, I wanna go there. Take me there. Take me to that great place for the wonders and wishes. Yesterday, right, courage. Play. Smile upon my face. You ready? Where we go, Nobody knows. It's between me and you. Take my hand, special place. Come true. Take me there. I want to go there. Take me there. Let's go there. Take me to that great place for the wonders, wishes. Take me there. I want to go there. Take me there. Let's go there. Right. And the wonders and wishes. This is it. Close your eyes and count to 5. So anyway, every now and again, I have music when I'm playing, and so I wanted to start. Good morning, Devil Dog. I just wanted to start the day in a really good mood. You know what I mean? And so yeah, that's kind of the mood that I'm in this morning. Ready to have a good day and have a lot to talk about. So listen, first things first. I want to just double check it. I saw a little notice. Good morning, Swells. And St. Bart. Good morning. I saw something that I want to make sure is accurate. Whew. All right. Yeah, so I saw this right before I went live today, and I wanted to just double check it before I said anything. So Iran has said that the Strait of Hormuz is now completely open. I don't know if you all saw that or not. I would almost hazard a guess that the president of the United States is going to act like it's because he did something. Although what we know is that because Lebanon and Israel have agreed to a ceasefire, that is why that has happened, because that's what Iran said, period. So I'm fine with it. I don't believe that Israel is going to follow the rules, to be honest. They've already said that they are not going to leave South Lebanon. So I think that that's going to present some problems. The other thing that has happened is that this ceasefire that was negotiated, well, he can't do anything about letting Iranian ships through, because literally, so here's the difference. The Strait of Hormuz is partially in Iran's waters and Oman's waters, right? What it's not in is U.S. waters. What it's not in is U.S. waters. So if the United States of America attempts to block anything at all, that is illegal AF, and will most likely be dealt with, right? And here's the other jeopardy that comes with that. The global world, and this is a smart play on Iran's part, in my opinion. So the global world is ready for this to be lifted. Ireland is struggling. The UK is being hit very, very hard. So are the southeastern countries. And so the bottom line is the global world is ready for the strait to be open. So if Iran comes out and says, hey, the strait is open, and then the United States of America still wants to form any kind of blockade whatsoever, then all of that global pressure is on the United States of America. Right? That's what that means. And so I think that that's really important that that people are aware. Chew, I haven't, because that's in my circle 3 and I can't do anything about it. Yeah. So Bison, glad to have you here this morning. I know that you like to come in. It looks like you still have like you're still displaying symptoms of your Dani derangement syndrome, but hopefully getting a dose of Dani today will help that kind of subside, and it'll help, kind of alleviate some of your symptoms, but maybe not. Maybe not. So yeah. Yeah, Chew, it's definitely circle 3 for me. All right. So, things that I'm just saying, this is my thing, guys. If you don't like me, right? If you don't believe that I bring any value to your life, why show up in my live every day or even several days a week or ever. Like people that I don't think have any benefit to my life at all. I don't go to their lives. Why would I do that? Why would I tune in to anyone that I think is not beneficial to my life? Why would I waste my time and my energy? So if you're showing up here, then you probably want to be here. And that means whether you know it or not, there's some deep, dark part of you that wants to be here, you know? Good morning, Nando. So, you're probably, it's okay. Like I said, that damn Danny derangement syndrome, it'll get you. It'll get you every time. It'll get you every time. So, good morning, Jules. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Maria. Okay, so it's okay, Ro. Yeah, y'all done made somebody mad because of the way. Yeah, take a deep breath, Ro. It's okay, babe. It's okay. Yes. Okay, so real quick, okay, it's okay. Well, I appreciate you. Love you, mean it. Not somebody tracking down the troll in TikTok land. Not somebody tracking down the troll in TikTok land. Talk about watch your motherfucking mouth. Oh, invisible string. I know RFK is lying today. I know. And look, track them down on the main and the backup. On the main and the backup. That is hilarious. All right. So here we go. And no, it wasn't Sandy. It was someone else, but anyway, that was kind of it wasn't Sandy and it wasn't Witch. It wasn't. Okay, so really quickly, let's do this. First, let's check and run through any of the major headlines, right? Oh, I do remember that song. I do remember that song. I know, Jules. Not this joker saying, don't ever pop up on the live and talk like that again, because I know the city. I love you too. I love you too. I know you're serious. I know you're really serious. That's why, like, I'm just take a deep breath. I'm good. I promise. I said, not we know the city. Yes, we know the city. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Listen. Right. I'm just saying. Yeah. I know you were really serious and I love you and I appreciate you, but don't do that. Just right? Yeah, I know, right? Oh, thanks, Rosalind. I appreciate that. So here's what I want to do before I dive into no, Lord, they had to reschedule it because it wasn't at a children's hospital. And before they can before they can put Bella under anesthesia, they need to have all pediatric, not just a pediatric anesthetist there. Not just that, they need to have they need to have the accessibility to an entire pediatric hospital just in case. And because they had booked it at the wrong facility, they had to reschedule it. So we're waiting on a new surgery date. Okay, so really quickly, can we do this? And when I shared it on my Facebook page, I made sure to give credit where credit was due. So if you guys share this, he said last laugh of the day, he blocked me. I bet that Joker did block you. Good morning, Kimberly. But let me say this. Okay, so listen, when you talk about this, that this thing that was done, this win that happened, I want you to make sure that you give credit to the 10 GOP representatives that crossed the aisle in order to make this happen. So good morning, Macaroni. Tell Sue I said hello. So check this out, you all, like real talk. So listen, yesterday we were able to get temporary protected status for the Haitians in the US extended for another 3 years. And the Democrats put this forward, and 10 GOP senators crossed the aisle in order to join them in that effort and get it passed. And so what I really think needs to happen is I think that those 10 GOP senators need to be praised and kind of patted on the back across the socials. And the reason why is it's positive reinforcement, right? We always call them out when they block something, right? And the Democratic Party would do well to shout them out and give them their flowers for doing something good and joining something that's right. You know what I mean? And so I think there's two things, right? Sometimes you can shame people into doing the right thing, but most of the time that doesn't work with this Congress because they don't have no shame. They don't have no shame. So for those 10, it was the House, I believe. Hold on, let me tell you. Yep, it was the House. So this is what I love about this. So it is HR 1689. And that bill passed, and it provides a 3-year period of protection and work authorization for Haitians. It is the first bill, it's the first pro-immigrant bill to pass Congress this legislative session. And it signals that elected officials across the aisle are rejecting the Trump administration in terms of their extreme anti-immigrant policies. Good morning. Happy Friday, Chris. So I'm really excited about what this looks like. So Trump had said that he terminated their temporary protected status, right? And so now this bill will protect 350,000 Haitians. Did you all know that 40% of the Haitian population lives in the United States of America? 40% of Haiti's population lives here. Did y'all know that? Yeah. And so, yeah, it's a big deal. And because Haiti is it's still in such a state of unrest, and there is still so much happening there, it's illegal for us. And it would be really horrible of us to end that temporary protected status and send them back. So passing this bill is phenomenal, and it's amazing, right? The fact that it happened. But what I want to do real quick is I want to tell you, because what I want to do today, is I want to make a graphic. Oh, did Tim Kaine vote with Bernie? Good. His raggedy ass. Sorry, I get really upset with Tim Kaine because, like I said, he had a conversation to my face about Israel and Gaza and arms, and and this bullshit. I just want to tell you all so that you can feel confident when you say this. Okay, you can feel 100% confident when you say this. When members of Congress say to you, "Oh, I'm not for sending offensive weapons to Israel. I only support sending defensive weapons." You need to know that damn near every defensive weapon that we send to Israel can be used offensively and is being used offensively. Good morning, Burke. So just be confident in that fact. Be confident in that fact and call them out on it, because that's what I did when I was standing in Tim Kaine's face and he gave me that raggedy ass line. I said, now I literally went like, y'all know me. I have no chill when it comes to my face. My face be facing. If you know me, my face be facing. And as soon as he said it, I went like this. I said, now you know. I literally said, now you know. Hola, buenos dias, triplet. Yeah, Witch was standing there when it happened. I was like, now you know. Every weapon that is defensive can be used offensively. And his response was, I mean, technically. And I said, no, technically. We know that they can. Right? We know that they can. So don't give me that. Yeah, straight facing. I gave the face to the U.S. Senator. And so anyway, when I heard him, so you all, he was on NPR yesterday. He was on NPR yesterday morning, and and they asked him specifically about Bernie's bill. They asked him specifically about not supporting arms to Israel, and I heard him give that same line. Do y'all want to know how distressed I was? This is how distressed I was. I literally parked and looked up the local number for the NPR. Like NPR has a call-in line. Y'all know they don't, right? They don't have a call-in line. But I literally Googled the line. And I did. And I called the number and they were like, our office is currently closed. If this is about a donation, do this. If this is about whatever, do that. And I was like, fuck it. If I can't talk to nobody, I just hung up. I was so this is the thing when I tell y'all that moral injury, yeah, that's our new slogan. I'm down with it. So here's the thing, y'all. When I tell y'all, when the moral injury hits me, when something happens and I'm just like, you got to be fucking kidding me. This thing that happens is I have to act in that moment. I have to act in that moment. So whether that is, can I pick up the phone and call in? Because literally I was hoping they would put me on air and I could say what I said to his face to NPR. It does, Amy. And that's what I planned to do yesterday. Right. We know the city. That's right. So I did. I tried, y'all. I pulled over, put the car in park and everything. It was Googling the NPR. Because I just want people to know that that's not how we get down. And we have to start calling out our elected representatives. When they give us bullshit, we have to call them out on it in real time. In real time. You hear your elected officials say some fuckery on a show, call into the show. You hear them on C-SPAN, call in. You hear them wherever they are, call in and call them out in real time. Good morning, Sherry. Because they need to know. We're not buying it anymore. So there are things that you can no longer say to me. You can no longer say to me, Israel has the right to defend itself. Because defending yourself does not mean preemptively attacking someone. Because when you preemptively attack, that means you're just fucking attacking and there's no reason for you to attack. So you can just, that line, Israel has the rights to defend itself. You can just take that line and put it in the fucking trash because nobody's listening to it anymore. All right. The second line you can no longer say to me is, well, I want to give Israel its defensive weapons. Fuck that, because every defensive weapon that we give Israel can be used and is being used offensively, right? So that's line number 2. You can take that defensive, offensive bullshit and put it over here. Click, click. And then the last line is, does Israel have the right to exist? Miss me with all that bullshit. You want to know why you don't need to ask me that question? Because you already fucking exist. You already exist. We not the CIA. We're not disappearing you like you trying to do to Gaza, like you trying to do to Lebanon. Ain't nobody disappearing the state of Israel. You already exist. Right? Miss me with that line. Thanks, but no thanks. Nobody's playing that anymore. Good morning, Abu Binks. You follow me what I'm saying? Do not ask me. Don't say to me Israel has the right to defend itself. Don't tell me that we only give Israel like defensive weapons, and don't ask me, does Israel have the right to exist? Because all three of those are just fuckery, and nobody's listening to you anymore. We're past it, right? And then, so I'm just being real clear about that. And then the third thing that you can't say to me is, so do you support Hamas or you support terrorists? And because my next question is going to be, do you support terrorists? I'm going to say, are you talking about the United States of America? Is that what you mean? Good morning, Natasha. The next person who says, oh, so you support terrorists, I'm going to say, well, you want me to support the United States, don't you? Ain't I supposed to, don't y'all want me to support the United States? Because just saying. Richard Tommy, you don't want me to support the United States? Is that what you're saying, Richard Tommy? He might be. Oh, he is? Hey, Tommy, I think your boy is back in the queue. He just put your name as part of his name. That's what I think. Maybe not, but we'll see. Maybe not. But all of those things are relevant. All of those things are relevant. So, I know. I think so too. Can you go support Africa and not the white lands? I support Africa too. I support Sudan. I support the Congo. I support Nigeria. I do support Africa. I do, 100%. Yeah, I sure do. It would be so. Here's what's beneficial, right? Is when you just don't come in and just say dumb shit. Did I say anything about Ghana? I know who it is, Cam. You know I know. You know I know. Right, Coco. Listen, Lil Beezy done turned around. He done fucked around and got Danny derangement syndrome too. You might have caught it from Bison. Did you catch Danny derangement syndrome from Bison? It just rubbed off on you when you was in here the first time? Oh, thank you for contributing to the algorithm. Okay, next. Okay, so this was what I wanted to ask. Yeah, it's contagious, tech lady. It's contagious. So let me see if I can give what I want. All right. Okay, so all right, so check this out. Cheryl Russell, if you are still in here, y'all, please don't talk to Richard Tommy. Please don't talk to him. Just let him be in there. Maybe something else will soak in through osmosis. Okay, so check it out. You switched. I see that. Okay, so check it out. So Cheryl, if you are in here, believe it or not, there were Florida representatives that actually voted with the House yesterday, the Dems, for that temporary protected status bill. right? Ain't that wild? So Maria Salazar, Carlos Jimenez, Mario Diaz Balart, and for the Ohio reps, it's Mike Carey and Mike Turner. So, but that's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's only 5 of them listed in here. I want to see if I can get all 10 of them. Don't give him the validation of even speaking to him, y'all. Don't do that. I'm looking really quickly to see if it gives me. So that's 5 of their names. I want all 10. This is the thing that irritates me. That should irritate everyone. Okay, because why aren't we giving all of the names of all of the folks? You know what I mean? Yeah, but those Ohio reps actually voted in favor of extending the temporary protected status, which is phenomenal and amazing. I wish that they would list all 10 reps. And I think that everyone should be praising those reps. And let me tell you why. Okay. One of the reasons why I think that would be great is because the more positive attention those 10 reps get, the more pressure that adds to the Senate for when they have to vote. Does that make sense, you guys? The more positive press, the more positive feedback but the more of that happens, then the better off we all are, because it adds more pressure to the Senate. You know what I mean? Yeah, I already know. That's why I just let them be who they are, Tommy. I just let them be who they are. So what I want to do is I want to look up the bill today, and I want to get the names of all 10 GOP folks. I would create a couple of graphics. I will drop them in the Discord for everyone to share across their socials, and encourage everyone else to share as well. How does that sound? So let's do that. Let's give them some positive feedback. They irritate me. Are you going to list all of them? This is where I believe the Democratic Party is missing an opportunity. The Democratic Party is missing an opportunity, you guys, because if they were to do this, oh, love that, Cam. So, but listen, y'all, oh, yay, I love that, Jay. So, but this is where the Democratic Party is missing an opportunity. I wish the Democratic Party would understand that if they actually give some of the GOP reps some good, oh, I love that, Cam, some good press, some good social media, it shows that you are willing to not just blame the GOP when they do fuck shit, but you are capable of acknowledging when they do something good. Right? That demonstrates that you are willing to work with them and do something positive, and it puts more of the responsibility on them to do what's right. And this is where all of the Democratic Party needs to get this. Stop saying Democrats got this to happen. No, you didn't, because without those 10 GOP reps, you wouldn't have gotten shit. So give them their due diligence, give them their flowers the times that they do it right. Positive reinforcement. We know that positive reinforcement works better than negativity and punishment. So give them some flowers. Highlight them jokers, especially because some of them, 5 of them, came from Florida and Ohio. You and I both know it is astounding that they came from Florida and Ohio. Right? So just saying, we need to make sure that we do that. Okay. All right. Yeah, Maria, and one from Texas. I love that. Good morning, Irvette. Good to see you. Did I see that it is somebody's birthday? Y'all, you know what I want to do, y'all? Here's what I want to do because I miss doing our birthday stuff. But when there's like 500 people in here, I'm not really sure about doing the birthday stuff. You know what I mean? So I wish that we had like a whole sign up for people's birthdays, and then we could do the songs like once a month for birthdays. You know what I mean? So here's what we're gonna do. Anybody that has a birthday in April, this is your birthday song for the April birthdays. Y'all ready? So listen, and for those of y'all who are new to me, don't judge us. Do not judge us. Okay? Okay. So if you have been with me at any length of time, you know that my grandbabies are here all the time, right? Um, and my grandbabies and my great niece turned me on to this birthday song. And this is how we do birthdays in here. We do not judge. We listen and we do not judge. Okay? I mean it. Don't judge us. But this is our birthday song because we learned it from the babies. Are y'all ready? That's literally what I just said. We should thank the GOP. That is Republicans. The GOP is Republicans. That's what I just said, Shadow. Yeah. It's not Gracie's Corner. Here it is. I heard it was somebody's birthday. I heard it was somebody's birthday. Yeah. PJ penned a birthday song. Yeah. Today is your birthday, we gon' say it out. Today is your birthday, I know you're so proud. Today is your birthday, we gon' hang out. Get lit and wild out. Happy, happy, happy birthday. 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 Happy, happy, happy birthday to you. Candles like a kiss. Whoop, whoop. Throw a party, everybody get lit. Got a new outfit and it's lit, yo. Best day of the year you can't miss. All my friends is coming in, and my parents raise my allowance. I'm jumping around, yeah, up and down. This is how we do birthdays here. Last chorus. We gonna say it loud. Today is your birthday. I know you're so proud. We gonna turn out. About to throw a party, get lit and wild out. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you. So that is how we do happy birthdays over here. So that was for all the April birthdays, people. Hope you enjoyed. Oh, thanks, Lisa. Appreciate that. Yeah, just saying. Okay. Also, things that are happening. Yeah, that's Bella. Listen, that's Mila. Mila bops, like Mila bops now, bro. Okay, so check it out. A couple of things that are happening. So, we have Project for the People, and we have Project for the People merch, right? Well, we now have our very first Danikins merch, thanks to Sandy and to Lauronica. So it is available, and the links are in the Discord. So if you want some gear, it's actually really, really cute. Let me see if I can show you the t-shirts. I don't know. Hold on. It's going to look like I'm leaving, but I'm not. I promise. Hold on. I'm not leaving. I promise. I mean, I did leave, but I'm not leaving, right? I'm not leaving. Okay. So now, all right, TikTok. So let me show you. There's going to be more, but they've started with this one. So let me see if I can show you. Good morning, Ruby Days. Y'all, I honestly did not know how much I sing when I'm talking. That's why TikTok's AI was telling me to keep singing and to keep making music. So this is the Danikins t-shirt. That is what it looks like. You guys like it? All right. So let me I'm gonna show it to you guys over here. Give me a moment. Un momento, people. And there are 6 shirt colors. Okay. There are 6 different shirt colors. So hold on one second. Y'all gonna be like, what the fuck is Dani doing? I don't know. I'm doing a lot right now. So let me hold on, people. I'm coming right back. I promise. Perfect. Love that. So now I can share it with you guys over here. Okay, I'm back. Sandy has been the one designing. She and Veronica have been collaborating together, and Sandy's been designing. Yeah, I was on silent, and then Veronica is who makes our shirts. So I'm going to show you guys. Well, Ruby Days, I'm about to show you guys. I'm showing you guys over here on Facebook. So these are the Danikin shirts. So as you know, when I am live, you guys see the big tree of life that's behind me. It's one of my jams. It's one of my things. And so that's the first shirt that is out, is our tree of life shirt. And so, you know, everybody that's a part of this community refers to themselves as the Danikins. And so that is the Danikins t-shirt. Thanks to Sandy. And Veronica has been our printer outer. Yeah. And so I love them. I love them, love them. So everybody can see it over there on Facebook and YouTube and Substack. Yep. How do you get one? Macaroni, the link, Sandy put it in Discord already. So the link is in Discord. Yes, you can see them. There you go. Yay. Everybody has them. Love that. Okay, so everybody has seen them. Okay. And so yeah, my mom is actually, I have to do it today. My mom wants the pink and the green project for the people as well. What up, Red Hot? Okay, so let me do this. So here's what I want to do before we dive into the Black Maternal Health Week. I want to just run through some of the rest of the news of the day. So far, here's what we know. We know that Iran has said that the Strait of Hormuz is open. Okay. So that is great. And what it does is it puts pressure on the United States. Okay. Because if the U.S. still desires to block anything, right, it's now completely on the U.S. and the global pressure will come down just on the U.S. Right. And it's 100% illegal for the U.S. to block anything. Iran, it was kind of border illegal because they're like, well, it's in part of our waters and part of Oman's waters. So there was like this like tiny line of things in terms of legality. But yeah, it's very smart. So, you know, it would be on Ireland and it would be on the rest of those guys. You know, they would be applying the pressure to our side of things. So Trump just posted a great and brilliant day for the world. Then he says, thank you to Pakistan and its great prime minister and field marshal, 2 fantastic people. I am sorry, y'all, but I am crying. Let me tell you what he said. Oh my God. I am cracking up. He really wants people to believe. He called it the Strait of Iran. Well, I don't know that he's wrong, but um, he said now that the Hormuz Strait is over, situation is over. He said he received a call from NATO asking if we would need some help. He said, I told them to stay away unless they want to load up their ships with oil. They were useless when needed. A paper tiger, he said. So here's what he's doing. He's thanking everybody except Iran. Good morning, Sharon. He's thanking everybody except Iran. Thank you to Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar for your great bravery and help. And then he says Iran, with the help of the USA, has removed or is removing all sea mines. Then he said, again, listen, again, this deal is not tied in any way to Lebanon. Yes, the fuck it is. Yes, it is. Because exactly what Iran said would happen, happened. Iran said, when Israel makes a deal with Lebanon for a ceasefire, then we will move forward. Guess what happened? Yesterday, Israel made a deal with Iran, made a deal with Lebanon for a ceasefire, and today Iran said, yes, we can open the strait. Does he really think people aren't going to know that? He is truth socialing every 1 minute now. Again, this is not in any way tied to the deal that happened yesterday that Iran said had to happen in order for us to do this. Listen, again, this is in no way tied to the deal that happened yesterday that Iran said when the deal happened they would open the strait. This is not because the deal actually happened the way that Iran said it was going to happen. Like what, bro? What? I'm just saying, y'all. I cannot wait for the next Lego video because he just said Iran has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. It will no longer be used as a weapon against the world. You know you're lying. Iran has said no such thing. What do you mean? So, well, now we've heard what the president of the United States has said. Let's go get real news now. How about that, folks? Let's go find the real news and see what's really being said. The Strait of Hormuz transits now require IRGC permission, Iranian military official says. Oh my God. Oh my God. Strait of Hormuz transits now require IRGC permission, Iranian military official says. Bro, that's why I said now let's go to the real news. Iran says Strait of Hormuz is open. Trump tells Israel stop bombing Lebanon. Oh my God. Oh my word. Listen, I'm going to read verbatim. Are you ready? So I'm going to read something from the President of the United States, and then I'm going to read real news. You ready? Here we go. So let me go all the way back to this one. 16 minutes ago. 16 minutes ago. Again, this deal is not tied in any way to Lebanon, but we will make Lebanon great again. I know he did not just say, again, I am quoting the President of the United States. This dude, like what? Y'all, the President of the United States said, and I quote, again, this deal is not tied in any way to Lebanon, but we will make Lebanon great again. What is he talking about? What? Oh my God. So this is what is being said by Al Jazeera. The ceasefire is developing step by step. The ceasefire in Lebanon is linked to the Strait of Hormuz. Just in one sentence, the ceasefire in Lebanon is linked to the Strait of Hormuz. Oh my God. So listen to this. Now these two events now that these two events have taken place, there are other issues to be addressed for the full opening of the strait. Now, according to Donald Trump, the Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran only, until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. This process should go very quickly. What transaction? What transaction are you about to do with Iran? What transaction are you about to do with Iran? What banner? It's not the 16th? Oh, shit. How did I miss the whole day? I missed the whole day? I did. Appreciate it, Carla. Yeah, y'all, I missed the whole ass day. But what's really crazy, right? So this is my thing. I want to know what transaction it is. It is a new moon. I'm excited about that. Appreciate y'all. I'm gonna get it changed, but I just was like, what? Because I literally thought I changed the date. Maybe it doesn't even matter. I thought I changed the date, but apparently, yeah, I lost a whole ass day. It's gonna be what it is, right? Oh, is that what we're doing? We're unfreezing $20 billion in Iranian assets? That's what I was wondering, Rachel. I knew there was a deal. So what's the transaction? Yeah, that's what I thought. Because, good and damn well, Iran is not doing shit until they get what they want. I was like, what's the transaction, bro? But he's not going to put on True Social that we're giving Iran $20 billion. Listen, I should make a clip that has that's it, Butter's house. I'm going to put Trump's Truth Social beside a thing of pallets of cash. And I'm going to say, Trump gives Iran $20 billion on pallets of cash. No, I can't do it. It's fake news. I can't do it. It would be misinformation. It would be misinformation. Y'all know I can't do misinformation. It would be funny though. It would be funny though. Oh my god. It would be funny though. Okay. All right, so let me change this banner. Let's get it popping, people. Whew. It has been a morning, hasn't it, y'all? It's too early for this. There we go. Boom. I got the right date now. I got the right date now. Okay, so next. Let me see what else they're saying where the real news happens. Trump says there is still a US blockade. In return, there is still this military blockade, which Iranian officials have told state TV. The most important thing is that the Iranians foresee that the next round of negotiations should announce the end of the war in the region completely. But these step-by-step movements should play out in the coming days, where both sides should be able to put together a framework with several points which can lay the grounds for further negotiations that can extend the truce. Ain't that something, y'all? Good morning, Cheryl. It's a lot, right? Good morning, Pet. So that was one. Y'all know I like to do real news. So that is one of my usual real news checks in the morning. Let me see. There's 3 more updates. This is so funny. They put Trump claims. Trump claims Iran agreed to never close Strait of Hormuz again. And they said he put it in a social media post. It's going to be funny because listen, he needs to stop running his mouth, because what's going to happen is he's going to run his mouth. He's going to act like he's telling Iran what to do. And Iran's going to be like, really, bitch? That's what's going to happen. He's going to keep running his mouth, acting like he's dictating what Iran is doing. And Iran's going to be like, really, bitch? No, thank you. Oh my gosh, he is insisting. So Trump has put on social media that he is insisting that the United States of America is going to get all of Iran's enriched uranium. Y'all know that's not happening, right? You know that's not happening. And then Trump has said, wait. Somebody take this damn man's phone. Take his fucking phone. Okay, hold on. 2 hours ago, the President of the United States said, and I quote, "The USA is, in all caps, the hottest country in the world right now. Just a short time ago, under sleepy Joe Biden," and then in all caps, "it was dead, laughed at all over the world," with 4 exclamation points, "but not anymore. Nobody is laughing. I was just laughing my ass off." Okay, so that was 2 hours ago. Then he said, in all caps, "Iran has just announced the Strait of Iran." The Strait of Iran. I have to screenshot it in case he deletes it. In case he deletes it, I have to have the post that the President of the United States said, quote, "Iran has just announced that the Strait of Iran is fully open and ready for full passage." Even he knows that shit don't belong to anybody but them. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. What? Because it primarily directs people off the platform. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There's nothing on here that directs anybody off the platform. What? This is wild. TikTok just said that I got a visibility restriction because it primarily directs people off the platform, but we don't. There's nothing literally on here that directs anybody anywhere. No, I bet you it's not. It might be. It might be about. I don't know, but nobody's directing anybody anywhere. Okay, so anyway, so right, I don't know. I just hit the appeal button. It could be that be action. I'm concerned about whether it's what B action just said. No, I always say that, Rachel. It's not that. Yeah, it's not that. I wish the sun would go. I don't understand why I still get things in Chinese on here. Like why does TikTok still have stuff that comes across the top that says that is written in Chinese? Yeah, it just came across a little banner just went across and part of it was written in Chinese. I can't read that shit. I don't know what that is. I don't know, y'all. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, let me see. Unfreezing. Okay. Whew. Yeah, and this is exactly so it is being so according to Axios, CNN, Binance, a bunch of them, they are all saying that that the US is considering unfreezing $20 billion in cash. Which is so wild. It's so weird. But anyway, okay. So let me go back. I need to go back and finish. So this is the part that's really, really crazy, you guys. This is the part that's really, are you ready for this next part? Because this is wild. Listen to what he says. I'm not sure yet, Rachel. I will have to see what Iran says before being able to even guess what it is. So I'll tell you the next thing that he says on Truth Social. This was 58 minutes ago. And so he said, and I quote, the USA will get all nuclear, quote unquote, dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either. Yeah, we can freeze other companies' assets if they're in our banks. So that's one of the benefits that we have in terms of everything being traded in the dollar. Good morning, Skip. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good morning, Deborah. Is that when it's going through the dollar and it's going through US banks, we can absolutely freeze those funds. Right? I know, Daniel, 100%. But let me read. I'm going to try to get through this whole paragraph, this whole post that he said without laughing. I'm going to try. The US will get all nuclear, quote unquote, dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. Guess what that means? Money is going to exchange hands. That's what it means when he says no money is going to change hands in any way, shape, or form. That means money is going to change hands because we are going to give them $20 billion. And and then he says, this deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either. This is like when Mila says, Tutu, I didn't pour my juice on the floor. Tutu, I didn't. Tutu, I didn't. Tutu, I didn't get a piece of candy out of my Easter basket, Tutu. I didn't. I didn't, Tutu. The President of the United States sounds like my 5-year-old granddaughter as she still has chocolate on her lips. So here's the next sentence. Here's the next sentence. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. So it's not connected, but it is connected. I mean, we're going to do these two things at the same time, but I promise you, just because we're doing them at the same time, and it's exactly what Iran told us to do, I promise you, it's not because Iran said we had to do it or that this was a condition. I promise you, they're not connected. And then listen to what he says about Israel. They are, and he says, listen to what he says about Israel. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are, in all caps, prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. I wonder how Bibi's taking that this morning. Good morning, Muhammad OS. I wonder how Bibi is taking that Donald Trump is saying Israel will no longer be bombing Lebanon. They are prohibited by the USA. He does not understand how the world works. Oh my God, TikTok is so wrong. TikTok is so wrong for having this as a gift. Wait until y'all see it. Wait until y'all see it. It's a laughing taco. It's a laughing taco. TikTok ain't shit. Oh my God. Look at it. Oh my God. TikTok ain't shit. Oh my God. Oh my word. Oh my gosh. Okay, so for those of you guys who are not on TikTok, TikTok has different gifts that are worth different amounts of coins and they translate into money for the creator. And so they want you to set goals for your gifts and get people to give them your gifts. And so I usually pick goals that are one coin, right? So it's like a penny is what it costs people to give it to me, or a penny and a half, whatever. And So normally I'll pick like, I don't know, a little heart or a little like, normally today's Friday, I would pick TGIF Friday. I picked some hot cross buns that they had, but Brandy just said, Dani, reset your goal. So I went to look to see what were my one coin options. And TikTok has a laughing taco gift available. And you just can't make this shit up as I'm reading about Trump giving into everything that Iran said to do, right? Look at it. Oh my God, that is amazing. That is so fantastic. Oh, geez, oh, Pete. That is so great. So, just to recap, the President of the United States believes that he can prohibit Israel from bombing Lebanon. He said that no money is going to exchange at hands, even though it's already all over the news that we're going to unfreeze $20 billion of Iran's assets. He says that it's in no way, shape, or form this deal, this ceasefire, and the strait being open is not related to Lebanon, although he's going to make Lebanon great again. Like, you just cannot make this shit up. You cannot make it up. Oh my God. And then on top of it, TikTok has a laughing taco gift. Oh, TikTok said, Dani, we just want to bless you today. No, he didn't. So listen, y'all. So Scott Bessent called it the Straits of Vermouth. Wait, but Trump called it the Strait of Iran today. Hold on. He called it the Strait of Iran today. I'm going to show y'all because I clipped it. I am cracking up. There is no way. Everybody has got to be like, these guys are fucking idiots. Oh my word. Oh my word. Sweet baby Jesus. Oh my goodness. We have to do better than this. We have to. We really do. Somebody should have been, as soon as this was even a deal, let me just tell y'all, as soon as this started to be a thing, somebody should have took his fucking phone at the beginning. They should have said, well, I'm glad, Sassy. They should have said, sir, no truthing or tweeting until everything is done. Oh my God. And just like that, he's now mad because they're all reporting. He's so mad because they are all reporting about the $20 billion Iran thing. He said the failing New York Times, and then in all caps, the fake news CNN and others just don't know what to do. They're desperately looking for a reason to criticize President Donald J. Trump on the Iran situation. Bro, why don't they just say at the right time, job well done? Hold on. I'm going back there. Hold on, y'all. Jeez, oh, Pete. Israeli drone strike kills 1 in Lebanon despite the ceasefire. I told y'all. I told y'all. 8 minutes ago, this post was put out. This somebody who is this? Oh, the U.S. program director at the International Crisis Group. You are welcome. So listen, the U.S. program director, Michael Hanna, at the International Crisis Group, he told Al Jazeera this morning that, quote, as with earlier episodes in his second term in Yemen, Iran, and Gaza, Trump has demonstrated his ability to bring Israel into line when Israeli policy has threatened his own priorities. 5 minutes after that, ran on Al Jazeera, the bomb struck Lebanon and killed somebody. Yeah, just like that. Hezbollah's parliamentary bloc has cautiously backed a ceasefire, but only if comprehensive, covering all Lebanese territory and serving as a prelude to full Israeli withdrawal. The bloc credited Iran with securing the ceasefire, saying it was, quote unquote, achieved primarily against the backdrop of Iranian pressures and diplomatic contacts. The group sharply condemned the government for entering direct negotiations with Israel, warning that the authorities have placed Lebanon on a quote unquote dangerous path of concessions that they cannot deliver. The government has reneged on every commitment it had previously declared as a prerequisite for entering into any negotiation process. Yeah. Y'all, this is gonna be a direct turnaround. It is gonna be a direct turnaround. Oh my gosh. Good morning, Tiffany. Oh, wait. I said I was going to show you all this. I said I was going to give you guys a laugh so that you can see it for yourself. Where is it? There. All right. This is just for you guys over here. Substack, YouTube, Facebook. Iran has just announced that the Strait of Iran is fully open and ready for full passage. So the president of the United States referred to the Strait of Hormuz as the Strait of Iran. And then the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, called it the Strait of Vermouth. And this is the leadership of the country. Holy fuck, y'all. Oh, you can't make this up. Oh, nope. I've got it on my list, though, Sin. I've got it on my list. So, recap. The Strait of Hormuz is open, but not open. It's open, but there's a blockade that's not supposed to be attached to Lebanon, even though Lebanon says it's attached, and even though everybody else says it's attached. Trump says it's not attached, and Trump says we're not going to give Iran any money, but everybody else is reporting that we're going to unfreeze $20 billion of Iran's assets. Trump says Iran has promised to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. Iran said all of this is contingent upon them pulling the fuck out of Lebanon and giving them everything that they asked for. So, yeah, today there's big news and no news when it comes to that, right? Next, at the same time, okay? So, good morning, Steph. Good to see you. So, next, we also talked about the fact that the House, and this part's important. If you are one of the people that live in one of the states where we had 10 GOP congressmen cross the aisle and vote along with the Democrats to extend the temporary protected status for 350 Haitians, we need to be singing their praises from the rooftops 2 of them were from Ohio, 3 of them were from Florida. I'm told 1 is even from Texas, but there were 10 Republican House members that crossed the aisle, right? And we need to be thanking them for being willing to do what's right for the country and for immigration in terms of this temporary protected status. So now it goes on to the Senate, where they are going to have more pressure on them, right? And one of the things that we need to do is we need to praise them loudly and proudly, right? Because when we praise them loudly and proudly, it puts pressure on the GOP senators to also do the right thing. Okay? Let them know that we appreciate them doing the right thing, especially because this is an administration that we all know likes to get retribution. They like to get even. So I think it's really important to thank people for sticking their neck on the line, right? So just want to say that. Let me just see if something else has happened. Oh yeah, let me just do that. I just switched it to auto updates. That would be great. Okay. So those were 2 things that we talked about. Yeah. Are you talking? Yeah. If you're talking about the disbelief one, they did it a long time ago. If you're talking about the disbelief gift, yeah, we saw that one a long time ago when they did it. Okay. So let's get going. Love that, Heidi. Heidi says she's going to be doing it for Ohio. Love that for you guys. All right. Next. Give me 1 sec. Oh, no worries. Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer is telling the press and telling Politico that he believes that Trump is going to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. So this is worth a chat before we dig into Black Maternal Health Week. Florida attorney David Oscar Marcus has made a career of representing controversial clients. His next challenge is trying to get Ghislaine Maxwell out of prison. In David Oscar Marx's penthouse office, the wall is lined with framed images of the fictional boxer Rocky, Bernardino's statue of David, Jackie Robinson sliding into home plate, and Yoda, all a homage to the lawyer's affinity for the underdog. He counts Ghislaine Maxwell, the accomplice of the late offender Jeffrey, and Marcus's client among them. Oh, I don't like this man already. So listen to what he said. Quote, "I think she's a scapegoat." The fuck she is. She would have never been prosecuted had Jeffrey not unalived himself or whatever, however he unalived. End quote. That's what he said. So let me just be clear. She was in no way, shape, or form a scapegoat at all. She was absolutely one of the people. Now he might be accurate that she might not have been prosecuted, but that would have been if she flipped and told every fucking thing she knew on Jeffrey. That would be the only way she would have came out of that and not been prosecuted. That is the only way, is if she had flipped. Okay. I want to get to the part. So he declined to make Ghislaine available for an interview. I'm trying to get to just the part that I want. Oh, I don't like his sense of humor. Marcus's clients have spanned the political spectrum, and he's a registered Democrat, though he sees his party affiliation in the same way he sees his Judaism. He is neither a practicing Democrat nor a practicing Jew, he joked. Why are we joking about that? And then he says, when it comes to choosing his cases, quote unquote, I like the big stage. So in other words, you'll do whatever, wherever there's a check. He said, quote, I think there's a lot of people like, how could you like that person that's accused of these crimes? And I think people forget these are people. There are very few sociopaths out there who are just 100% evil. Most people have good in them, and I find that good. So he was one of 50 or so law students that was taking Alan Dershowitz's fall course at Harvard Law School during the 95 trial of O.J. Simpson. His professor was on a team of lawyers working for O.J. Marcus recalls most of his peers wondered how Dershowitz could represent O.J., and he disagreed. He was rooting for Dershowitz. Let me get to the part where he says, and then he says, listen, what Jeffrey did was terrible. And, he should go to jail with the rest of it. No question about it. The net has been cast way too wide. And there's a lot of innocent people being, like Alan, being caught up in it. He said he thinks that it's his job to, quote unquote, put a check on the Department of Justice, or as he likes to say, the Department of Injustice. Wild. Hold on. I just want to get to the part that says what I wanted to say. Asked about the chances of a pardon, Marcus appeared somewhat bullish, despite the massive political fallout for Trump that would surely follow. But he wouldn't give a firm number. He said, quote, I don't know what the percentages are, but there's a good chance, and for good reason, that she would get a pardon. So he refused to put a number on it of what percentage he thought, it was going to happen. But he just said, there's a good chance, and for good reason, that she would get a pardon. Yeah, no good reason at all. What's up, Cheryl?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, I hate to use the word triggered, but, I know that you probably feel the same way, but reading that, the words that he's using to describe her is exactly the kind of things I heard as a little kid about my person too.
Mm-hmm.
That, all the good things make up for all the bad things. We're supposed to just ignore the bad things. And sorry, it is so triggering. So I just want to tell everybody out there listening, it is not okay. It is never okay. And we should not ever be using words to describe a person who does these things to erase all the bad. But anyway, I just was fuming and had to get that out because
no worries.
It really just took me back to hearing those words over and over again.
Yep.
And I figured I'm not the only one feeling that way.
No, probably not. So no worries. Appreciate you as always. As always.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dani.
You're welcome. So yeah, listen, to piggyback off what Cheryl said. So first of all, Ghislaine Maxwell is in no way, shape, or form a scapegoat. And even if everyone has some good in them, it doesn't mean that having that good does away with anything bad that they did. And the good doesn't have to be bigger than anything else. It's not about that. We're not in this place of good people do bad things and bad people do good things. This is just the bottom line is she did what she did, period. And she lived the high life doing it, and she enjoyed every bit of it. And she has no remorse about doing it. right? And so this is really important for people to get. They don't get to be scapegoats. They don't get to, even if there is good in her, it does not undo and it does not override all of the things that she did. Period. Period. Yeah. So most predators, listen, most predators are charming. Most predators are appealing. That is how they get close enough to do the things they do. We stay away from the creepy people, don't we? That's why every time you see somebody that's been outed or found out about, somebody's interviewing the people at their church or their neighbors, and they're going, I just can't believe it. He was such a nice guy. I just never imagined it. And then this is the thing that they say next. Maybe he wasn't the person I thought he was all along. And what people don't understand is that he was. He was that person and he was this person. They coexist together. I really want people to understand this. We like polarity. We want to believe that if somebody is a predator, if somebody is a horrible person, surely to goodness, we would be able to spot them a mile away and that they can't be good, that they can't do good things. And those of you guys that have been in here with me for a long time, you've heard me give this example a bajillion times, right? I'm going to describe two people. You ready? I'm gonna describe two people. Okay. First guy, he's an elder in his church. He's a leader in the Cub Scouts for his kid. He's head of the neighborhood watch. He's been married for 30 some years. He's a great dad with 2 or 3 kids. He coaches his son's little league. There's that person, right? And then here's the other person. This guy is a guy that for 30 years kidnapped, raped, tortured, and unalived girls and women and taunted the police by writing letters to the press. Both of those guys is Dennis Rader. Both of those descriptions are Dennis Rader. It's the same guy. He would just different things to different people. And we have to get past this thing where we think people are going to show up. Like, y'all, like it or not, there are people in Trump's life who love him. I'm sure his grandchildren think he's great to whatever degree. If you've never seen, his daughter actually has a Netflix special. She actually takes you to her childhood home where he was. Listen, folks, people are not good or bad. People are good and bad. And we get to choose whether we are more good than more bad. And we get to choose what bad things we do, right? And for some people, their badness is going to be ghosting people instead of knowing how to properly end relationships. And somebody else's bad is going to be ghosting people, as in making them ghosts. They are still bad, but they are not the same thing. And in both cases, their goodness doesn't override anything else. I'm just saying. Right, be action. And so, yeah, there's a Native American proverb where they talk about both wolves exist. Which wolf will you feed? Right? I mean, I am not perfect. I know people are like, Dani, you're so whatever. I am not perfect. I don't get everything right. I have 1 or 2 things in my life that I would love to be able to overcome and deal with. Unfortunately, even on the days that I try or I build myself up and I think I can, I hit a wall. But that's what trauma will do. And so what I have to remind myself is that one bad thing doesn't negate all the good I do. Because like I didn't kill anybody or anything. Like I didn't do anything like that. But you know, none of us are perfect. And yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, right? And the reason why I have a hard time is because there's fear on the other side of that, right? And and it's actually like a legitimate, you know. So one of the things that if you've ever been in therapy and you've been in therapy for trauma, and you've been told you have PTSD or whatever, right? One of the things that they will probably teach you is questions to ask yourself when you get triggered and you become really hyper vigilant, right? Or you become scared. And so one of the things that they will teach you to ask is that fear rational? Like, is it a real fear? Like, could there potentially be real danger? Right. And the first thing that they ask is, what kind of danger in it is it? Right? What kind of danger is it? Is it an immediate danger? And is it a physical danger? Right? So that you can kind of know how to respond or go from there. Right. And then, like, if it's not immediate and it's not physical, then you can come down a notch. Right. Oh, thanks, policy. I appreciate that. And then after that is, okay, so if it's a realistic fear, is it immediate? Is there anything that you can do about it? Right. And it's a way to just kind of calm yourself down and process. And so one of the things that I remember is nobody is standing in front of me with a weapon at this point. Like, I can come down a minute. I'm not being threatened to be unalived in that moment. And so it's, oh, hey, Sandy, watch that. TikTok gave me a restriction saying that the live was telling people to go other places. So I just want to mention that. I think you were gone when it gave me the restriction. Yeah. So I don't even know what it did in the appeal process. Oh, they approved my appeal. So that's great. We love that. Yeah, no worries. So I think it's just, so this is just one of the things that I just want to remind everybody about these things. And they just, some people have their own one of the things that I also have to remember is that not everybody thinks like me. They don't have the same experiences that I do. You know, I understand, and Jen knows, if Jen is in here. Moral injury. Does everybody know what moral injury is? Does everybody know what moral injury is? I know you know, Jen the vet. I know you know. Okay. All right. So moral injury is it is something that occurs, and it's really deep and it's really psychological. And you get psychological, social, and even spiritual distress. And it's because you have either witnessed or participated in some way, or failed to prevent harmful acts that violate your own moral beliefs. Okay. And so, like, remember when I said that when I see some things, I immediately feel like I have to say something, like there's something in me that wants to protect other people, right? That's that moral injury. And so it is really deep, and it is really, and if you have PTSD, a lot of times moral injury is something that comes along with it. But it is like, and so that's why I told you, my forensic psychologist friend said to me, because I'm like, I don't know what is wrong with me, because I'll see things. What's up, Bronze? And or something will happen, and I will feel like I have to get on live right now, and I have to address the fuckery and the foolishness, right? It is very visceral. It is like, Carol, it is like I have to do it in the moment, or I have to write a blog about it, but I have to get it out. I have to get it out. And my friend said to me, I am glad that you have that as an outlet for you. He said, because if you didn't have it, I think that you would break. Those were his exact words. If you didn't have it, I think you would break. Good morning, Packard. I mean, empathy, I'm sure, is part of it, but it's about whatever your moral thing is, right? So, and it drives sometimes what you do and don't do. So, for example, I'm aware that there are things that I choose to do, for example, for my grandkids, that may inhibit my ability to do all the things that at the scale and level in which I would like to do those things, or that I could do those things if it wasn't there, if I didn't do those things, right? Follow me, right? So like some of my friends sometimes will say, girl, if you're supposed to be an empty nester at this point, do you know how big your platform could be by now if you were just by yourself and you could do A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z and all of that stuff, right? But the reality is I would not be able, I can't be that person. I can't. Like, it's not even like, oh, I can't be that person. Because the way that I show up for people is because I want to be for people what I either didn't get or what I didn't give to other people. Right? You know what I'm saying? And so like, it's just not possible. I can't be anything other than who and what I am. But anyway, yeah. And I think that that's the way a lot of us feel. And like so like when I have therapy and we're like reviewing how my last week went and things that I wanted to get done for myself. So say, for example, I wanted to go to the gym 3 days and I didn't get to do that because Mila was sick or whatever, or because they wanted me to do something else that like I didn't have to do it, but it was something that was really good for them, right? When I'm in therapy, I will literally say, okay, so this is how my week was, and I understand that I chose them and I chose it over this, and I understand that the reason that I'm doing that is because this is something that I didn't get, and and I get it, and I know that that's why I did the thing that I did. And so like I know the drivers and the mechanisms and all the things, you know what I mean? Yep, I know. Yeah, I know, Renee. It's just that, so like, and right now is a unique time. Right now is my therapist was like, yep. But so here's the thing though, it is difficult. Okay, so follow me. Okay, listen, right now, I truly believe that this project for the people thing can grow to be really something amazing. I really do. Like, I really do. No, it wasn't rationalizing, Renee. It's actually self-awareness, right? It's actually self-awareness. I have done so much work that I'm actually aware of what the motivating and driving factors are. So I can pinpoint, where does this come from? Right? I know where it comes from. And then I'm able to determine, what am I going to do about it? Like, most people know how they are, right? But a lot of people don't know why they are the way they are. And if they do know why, or think they know why, they don't want to do the work to be somebody different. They just use it as an excuse to be who they are. Most people are who life makes us. Very few people create themselves to be the person that they want to be. Very few people take the time to go, oh, I'm this way. I know I'm this way. And I'm this way because this thing happened to me, or this thing happened to me, and this person didn't do this, and this person did do this, and all of that, right? So most people know that part. The part that they don't want to do is go, but is the person that I became as a result of these things the actual purpose that I want to be, the actual person that I want to be? And if it's not the person that you really want to be, then you get to decide, and you have to determine, am I going to do something about that to become somebody different? Yeah. Maybe we'll do a workshop on this one day. Maybe we'll do like a free workshop and talk about it one day. How does that sound? You guys want to do that? Yeah, like I'm perfectly aware. So I grew up without any of my grandparents. I don't have any frame of reference of like what grandparenting looks like. So it's just what we make it up as we go, and it's what works for us. And I'm aware that I probably overly do because I didn't have it. Yeah. And so, Jamie, I think that all of us are here to serve others, and and there's more to it, right? So when we say serve each other, in what way? And you know what I mean? Yeah. So we'll set up a workshop. By the way, I put in the Discord last night that next weekend is going to be a weekend of action, not a one day of action. So it is going to be Thursday, Friday. It's going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So even if you work one of those days, there are still other days where you can get out and about in your community and you can share information with people, right? I'm going to be doing that here, and I'm going to actually get my grandbabies involved. We're going to go out and about and do some things. And so that's our plan. So, because I heard other people say, oh, I can't do it on a Saturday because I work. Okay. So that's why I wanted to do it a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that way I have some weekdays and some weekends involved, and then people can kind of choose what they do, you know what I mean? And how they want to do it. So, Heidi, it's not for some people. Yes, there will be a meeting before. Thanks, Bernard. What's the question, Coco? What you got? Because we still haven't gotten into Black maternal mortality, y'all. Just a note. Just a note. No, I think I want to do it before, Sandy. I think I want to do the meeting on well, let me just ask you guys, Monday or Tuesday, which evening is better? I don't know what a DMH client is. I don't know what a DMH client is. You guys over here, do you guys have a preference for a project for the people Google Meet at like 6:30 in the afternoon? Or the evening? Okay, I'm seeing more Tuesdays, so I'm going to do Tuesday. So we're going to do Tuesday, and we will do Tuesday at 6. At 6. I'm like 6 or 6:30. At 6. Yeah, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, they're always recorded, and then I always email out a link. I am, which I'll block it off. Okay. So that's when it's going to be. All right. So let me really quickly look for anything else that's like urgent that I want to get out. Yeah, they're just saying that all the things that Trump is putting out on Truth Social has not been confirmed by Iran. And then listen to this. This is so sad. The news is saying, quote, there are no updates we can rely on at the moment. We've had conflicting reports in the past, so we're going to have to wait and see. Of course, because the president of the United States says fake shit. So there you go, right? Yes, which we do. All right, so listen, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of information, and really quickly, let me do this before. Where did it go? Sorry, I'm trying to find. Oh, and I will talk about this very briefly. I believe that Minnesota, I'm not sure if they've done the charges or not, but they had investigated something that an ICE officer did in their state, and I believe they are bringing state charges against that ICE officer. And what people need to understand about that is that the DOJ they can't supersede what's being done on a state level. They can't stop that from happening. They can't keep it from happening. They can't do jack shit about it. So give me a second and I'll pull it up. Yeah, I wanted this. Okay, I finally found what I was looking for over here. So give me 1 second. Yeah, so the first ICE officer charged with assault for threatening people with a pew-pew is what it's going to be. And so it's Gregory Donnell Morgan Jr. That's who it is. No, I'm not subscribing to jack shit. I'm not. There's too many different places where I can get the news. I'm not getting it from you. So that is the name, is Gregory Donnell Morgan Jr. That is the name of the ICE officer who has been charged with threatening people with a firearm. So they've threatened assault. It looks like, yeah. So all I can see is a masked photo of him. Pretty soon, though, his face will be everywhere. So just know that is happening. Yeah. Okay. Yes, as he should be. Appreciate you, Hamza. Yep. So these are state charges. So Trump will not be able to do anything about it. Okay. Now, Black Maternal Health Week. Todd Lyons resigned. Wonder why. He's the ICE director. Yeah, bro. The acting ICE director. No, I mean, the last Ben and Jerry's thing I saw is when one of the Bens or the Jerry's left the company. Yeah, he's resigning, but it's effective at the end of May. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, a bunch of them have said that the states, Philly, Illinois, and Minnesota have said they will absolutely go after ICE officers with state charges when they feel that it is warranted and if they violate the law. They said that same thing. Okay. Can one of the mods check with the people that are in the request box to see if people were just tapping or if they actually meant to get in here? Yeah, Ben and Jerry's usually does. They usually do things like that. Okay, so a couple of things that I want to let people know about Black Maternal Health Week. Okay. There is there is a state resolution guide where you could take this resolution, you could introduce it, you could send it to your state legislators and say, based on this information, we would like for you to introduce a Black Maternal Health Week on a state level. But there's a way that you can do that. Okay. And so I can put these resources in there for you if you would like them. But I want to give you just some information, okay? Not me putting something in my eye by accident. So the maternal mortality rate for women varies differently when you talk about the difference between white women, Black women, Black non-Hispanic women, right? Even Asian, Indian, Pacific women, or even Native American women, right? And so it's really important that we talk about those disparities in access to care, the disparities in the type of care that they receive, and the barriers to care that exist, okay? So Black women is 3.5 times the rate for non-Hispanic white women for maternal mortality. So maternal mortality means that you will unalive within 30 days of giving birth or a pregnancy-related unaliving. So I just want to sit with that for a minute. 3.5 times more likely than white women that are not Hispanic. And it varies from one person, from one state to the next. There are some states that are worse than others because they do not put the focus and the attention on it that they could or that they should, right? And this is something that has existed for a really long time, okay? So to give you an idea, when we look at this, so the way that they do mortality rates, it is a rate. It's not a percentage. It's a rate. Okay, it's a rate, not a percentage. So for Black women that are non-Hispanic, the rate is 50.3 deaths per 100,000 live births. That is 3.5 times the rate for white women that are not Hispanic. So basically, if you were to divide 50.3 by 3.5, you would get the rate for white women that are non-Hispanic in terms of maternal mortality rates. So what does that mean, right? You're talking about what? 15. Hey, Doug, so not even 15. Yeah, 15 would be 45, right? So this is 50. So yeah, it's about 3.5 times. So the rate for white women is going to be somewhere around 15 to 16 deaths per 100,000. And the rate for Black women is 50.3. What's happening with Tammy? Oh, sending you lots of love, Tammy. Lots of love and healing. So I just want to give you those numbers again. Imagine 15 or 16 white women dying for every 100,000 births, but that number for Black women is 50, as in 50.3. Is that not crazy, folks? That's an insane number. And in case you think that classism is enough to make up the difference, it's not. Ask Venus Williams. Serena, Venus. Which Williams sister? Venus or Serena? I want to say Serena. Yeah, I want to say Serena and Beyonce. Yes, Serena and Beyonce both had issues. It's really important that we understand that this isn't something where classism automatically makes a difference. Black women have significant disparity in care when it comes to maternal care, but overall, we are more likely to be judged as seeking types of rugs than other people are. We are believed to have a higher pain level than white women are. We are believed to have different nerve endings and skin thickness than white women are. Like, this is a thing, and it results in the unaliving of Black women. I want to share some things with you all because these are things that people know. I wanted to share a few things that people didn't know, okay? Things that stood out to me. So let me find the one that I wanted to give you. Listen to this. I did not know this. Black women have higher rates of infertility than white women. Hey, William Brown, how are you? How you doing, sir? Did you all know that Black women have higher rates of infertility than white women do? And here are the rates. It's 7.7% respectively in white women, and it is 11.2% in Black women. Risk factors that are associated with infertility include diabetes, heart disease, polycystic ovarian syndrome, higher body mass index, and age at the time of treatment. Black women are 70% less likely to receive infertility treatment and care than white women are. Why is that? Well, we're going to get to it in just a second. But did you know that? Okay, so remember when we were looking up our Medicaid and our SNAP statistics when we were looking up like the impacts of the one big beautiful bill, right? You remember that? So, and we discovered that Medicaid covers 41%. Oh, you did better than me because I couldn't even listen. I figured I would go back to the highlights because all he gonna do is what the president did all morning, which was lie. He's just gonna lie the whole morning. That's all he's gonna do. Yep, you were told in nursing school that Black women all have baby birthing hips. That can be traced all the way back to the enslavement of Black and brown people in this country. Black women used to be measured by our hips. And did we look like did we have baby birthing hips? Like, that's a thing. So the same way that Black men, in terms of enslavement, they used to be greased up and arms out, nothing but their drawers, to be measured and to look at their arm span and to measure their strength and what they could be used for and what they couldn't. And that's the same way that Black women were treated during enslavement. That's 100%. So, Tiffany, I agree with you that it is rooted in systemic racism. I agree with you, but I think it's important that we talk about how it is, because it's not overt. So this is what I want people to understand. This is not overt racism like it used to be. This is why so many people don't detect it. This is why so many people are like, you get to go to the doctor the same way that I do, right? Because what we did, while we did win some legal rights and legal things during the civil rights movement, one of the things that happened is they just started hiding the racism and making it more covert, right? when it's built into the system, right? What do you mean? What are hits? Right. Well, the medical books, yep, it's passed on in the medical fields as a fact. You got it. You got it. 100%. That's a real thing, right? I just, hips, as in like, your hips don't lie. Shakira, your hips. That's what I mean, is your hips. Yeah. Like that's a real thing. Yeah. And so let me everybody knows when I talk about the difference between well, this is Western medicine. Do you mean Eastern medicine? Is that what you mean? I'm cracking up, Coco. She meant Eastern is what she meant. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, because Eastern medicine is different, right? It doesn't rely on the same systems. Right? Eastern medicine does not have the same systems that Western medicine does. Right? Most of the time in Eastern medicine, you're not worried about insurance and doctors and birthing centers and availability and all of those types of things. Like one of the things that this administration is doing right now, hold on, is they are coming after doulas. I don't know if you all know that or not, but doulas is something that, yeah. Hold on a second. Yeah, so this is the problem with with integrating doulas into the healthcare system. Right? Yeah, lots of instructors teach that skin is thicker by color. Yep, 100%. The higher the melanin level, then the thicker the skin is what is taught erroneously in school, right? But I want to give me 1 second, because I was going somewhere until I got squirrel. Somebody put something in it and I just went. Okay, so let me back up because I'm using language as if everybody is familiar with the word, the language that I'm using. So when I talk about the difference between overt and covert racism, is everyone really clear about what I mean? And it's okay if you're not. I want to make sure that everyone is clear about what I'm saying. Okay, so when we talk about covert racism, right, that's directly being called the N-word. That is let me see. You know, all the the white hoods, the burning crosses, the all the language like that is overt means blatant, means in your face, you can see it, you know exactly what it is when you see it. Overt is different. Overt can show up in a myriad of different ways, like microaggressions, right? And yeah, no worries, CD. And so when we talk about covert racism, one is blatant and the other one is more hidden, right? It's more concealed. And so I'm going to tell you something, folks. So for every time you say Black Lives Matter and someone responds with All Lives Matter, that is covert racism. That is because that's where that response comes from. You understand? It's rooted in systemic racism, because in no way, shape, or form do we say breast cancer matter and somebody says so does lung cancer. It's not a thing. We don't do that in any other element. When we talk all the time. So do you know what else happens when we talk all the time? So when we focus on the rate of children, when children are unalived, we don't ever say, yeah, but what about the adults? Or what about the seniors? Right? We don't do that. Yeah. The I don't see skin color. That is also covert. And that can also be a lack of knowledge and a lack of awareness, right? They just don't know. And that's why it's important for us to have these conversations, right? Y'all, I can tell you about times in school when, because, I'm biracial. And we might come back from spring break and one little white girl might come up to me and say, oh, I'm almost as dark as you. We went to the beach for a week, right? I'm almost as dark as you are. Microaggression. Yeah. So Robin, we've covered everything with Israel and Lebanon all morning already. And so all of that is baked in. And so I really want people to understand that when we talk about racism and white people say, oh, there's no racism anymore, that's because the KKK is not marching down the damn street and nobody's got a burning cross in the yard, right? But we see it all the time. Well, the thing is, Robin, is Israel already bombed Lebanon since then. Israel already bombed Lebanon since they announced that. So we'll see, right? But Black people see it because we know the dog whistles. Yeah, Cam, do you know how often I get that shit? You're so well spoken. And I want to throat punch somebody in the face. Yeah, today, Butter's house. Yeah, today. You're so well spoken. Well, what the fuck am I supposed to be? I don't know what, does anybody know of an herb or anything that will keep rats away? Because they were getting into the tent last night. Right, you speak good English. Yeah, I code switch too, Carla. Right, when they talk like hillbillies. Peppermint. Can somebody write peppermint in Arabic in the chat? Right. Look, she said the same thing. Tiffany said the same thing over here. And so these are the covert things, and they show up all the time. Garlic, sage, catnip, cinnamon too. We just need to put all of it in the chat in Arabic. Use the Google translator and put it in there. Yep, you're so articulate. 100%. And so, yeah, a lot of the cats though have died because there's no food. Yeah, so they don't really have a ton of cats that are out and about. But so we just talked about, he said he planted mint. Somebody might need to give him something else as well. Right? 100%. 100%. So when we talk about the infertility rates, and Black women having higher levels of infertility than, yeah, or you're more like this, damn, you're really smart for a Black girl. You're really pretty. Do you know what? So what are you? What are you? What do you mean? What am I? Well, I mean, like, what are you mixed with? What are you? Like all of that stuff, right? But I want to give you a few more pieces. Are you ready? Black women are 70% less likely to receive infertility treatment and care. Now, do you want to know what? Okay, so let's think about barriers to access to care. Okay, do y'all want to do that? Let's do this. So let's talk about care, and then let's talk about barriers to care. So when you think about when you think about Black women being 70% less likely to get infertility treatment or infertility care, what do you think would be a number one or number two barrier to getting that type of care? Because I know what first comes to mind for me. Yep, money. It's money. It's money. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be money because that shit is hella expensive. How many black women do you know that freeze their eggs or have IVF or have access to it? Right? Right? And follow this. Here's another piece. And Dr. Amy, if you want to come up at any time, you're welcome to do that. Hell yeah, Cam. It's bands upon bands. So to give you another piece of this, in addition to being more likely to have higher rates of infertility than white women, right? Black women also are more likely to have miscarriages, and we disproportionately have lower birth rates following IVF treatments. Right? Okay, no worries, Dr. Emmy, no worries. He said he planted basil and they ate the basil. I can't. I wanted to also give you this. So do you all remember when we were doing all of our stats for the one big barbaric bill, and we were looking at the percentages of births in the entire country that Medicaid covers? You was hoping that this came up earlier? Yeah, I did it today, but I can also do it tomorrow, right? Now, listen to this, you guys. You know how we know that Medicaid covers 41% of all of the births in this country, right? Medicaid covers all of the births in the country, 41% of all of the births. Do you know what percentage of births for Black women that Medicaid covers? 60%. 60% of births that Black women have is covered by Medicaid. So across the country, it's 41%, but for Black women, it's 60%. Okay, Dr. Amy, sounds good. So why do you think, so what qualifies people for Medicaid? What are some of the qualifications that people have to meet in order to get Medicaid? They got to have low income. It's the dollars. It still comes back to that. And it's crazy, right? Well, I mean, yeah, if you're pregnant, but it still is income, right? You don't just get it because you're pregnant. Not if you have means, right? Right. I think these are some of the things that people don't think about when they think about, money over morals. So let me also give you this. There are 8 states in this country that do not have birthing centers. 8 states in the country that do not have birthing centers. So for you guys over here, I'm going to share my screen. What is this one called? Nope, it's not that one. Maybe I'm this way. There we go. So no, it's not. And we're gonna talk about that. All right. So these guys can already see it. Hella, Raja. Okay, so see that? These are birthing centers. And then these are states that have regulations or don't have regulations as to what birthing centers must have. No, it can be in a hospital, Cam. But everybody that you see in white, there's no regulations to be licensed as a birthing center. If they're this blue color, which is, why can I not see? Arizona and Nebraska, right? These two, they have under other regulations. So the regulations for a birthing center are found other regulations, but they don't have any specifically for that. I'm going to show you, Cam. Hold on. And then these are the folks that there are specific regulations as to what a birthing center must be. And then there are 8 states that don't have birthing centers at all. So as you can see, Alabama doesn't have a birthing center. Mississippi doesn't have a birthing center. This is Arkansas doesn't have birthing centers. Kentucky doesn't have any birthing centers. North Dakota doesn't have any birthing centers. Nevada only has 1. Nebraska only has 1. West Virginia only has 1, right? When you get into, I think this is going to be Maryland. It's hard to see. DC only has 1. I think that's Maryland or Delaware only has 1. I'm not going to struggle, but Vermont doesn't have any either. Okay. So, and birthing centers are going to be different than just having a labor and delivery unit, right? Yes. So no, when I say birthing centers, I don't mean natural and doulas. I'm going to show you. Hold on. Give me 1 second, folks. All right. So, I'm going to see if I can give you what the new one is. So in 1985 is when the American Association of Birth Centers first established standards for birthing centers. And they've been updated and all of that through over the time. And so the last one is going to be in like 2017. So let me see if I can show you like the big difference. Give me 1 second. Okay. This might be confusing for people. Okay. I don't want it to be confusing, but what's up, Robin D? So I've seen a birthing center. I've had a birthing center inside of a hospital. They're not always freestanding, but they can be. Okay. We have to have a conversation about that. Okay. So, all right. So if you see over here, these are the ancillary services: laboratory tests, social services, nutrition consultants, a referral for pediatric care, lab tests, whatever. But a birthing center / your primary care, right, will have your history information, antepartum care, counseling, education, admission to the birth center for labor and delivery, right? Sometimes this might be admission inside your hospital, but it's a hospital birth. So sometimes they have everything for you to be able to give birth inside a freestanding birth center. Sometimes your birthing center is within here, right? So you have a birth center birth or you have a hospital birth. So, like, did you go to your primary care physician and you're like your OBGYN, and then when it was time to give birth, did you have to leave their office and go into a hospital somewhere else? You see what I'm saying? And then all of your postpartum care, newborn care, education, and all of that, did it occur all at the same place, or was it somewhere else? And sometimes these are hybrid together. You're funny, Cam. But different states have laws, and some states have laws and others don't. Okay. So yeah, so I've had a birthing center inside of a hospital, but there are just different requirements for it, right? Now, I want to show you this particular map, and we've talked about this sometimes. Thank you, Chris. That's great information. So, you guys, I want to see this. Yeah, Heidi, they would take Medicare patients. Yeah. The map that I'm showing you guys right now, this is a maternity care desert map. And we've talked about this a lot in the past, but I want you to get everything that is hot pink is a maternity care desert. That means that there is no hospital and there is no birthing center that offers obstetric care. And there's no OB doctors at all. Everything that is hot pink. Everything that is that orangish yellow means they have low access, which means 1. And then moderate access is what you see in the green or tealish green color. And then whatever is in gray is full access to maternity care. And this is from the March of Dimes, guys. They always have great information for people. And it's an interactive. So like they'll give you like whatever you're clicking on, if it's a maternity care desert or not. And there's a report that you can download as well. And if you guys would like, I can put this, I think it might be in the link tree, but if it is, it's really, really far down at this point. But these are some of the issues that also impact Black women as well. So it's finances, it's access to care. And there's also delays a lot of times in receiving care. Okay. But I wanted you all to see this and know it for sure. Because it's astounding, right? It's astounding. Look, they label Hawkins County a maternity desert because they don't have any. Yeah, Bristol is just access. I just want people to be able to kind of see what this looks like so that you know where you are. Okay? Because this matters. And this has gotten worse since the Dobbs decision. You have OBGYNs that are leaving states that have AB bans because the legal jargon does not lead to medical clarity on what is or what isn't covered, right? What is and what isn't okay to perform. Yeah, Bronze, it absolutely shows how much they do and don't care about women. So there was another one that I was going to show you. So just to give you an idea, guys, 35% of the country is a maternity care desert. And over 50% of the country either has no access or only has one access. Got it? So 35% of the country is a flat out maternity care desert. And then over 50% means they either have none or only one in the entire county. So I think it's important for people to know this. I want to give you a little bit more. Are you ready? 2.3 million women that are of reproductive age. No, so how they had to reschedule it. So 2.3 million women who are of reproductive age live in a maternity care desert. How about that? How do y'all feel about that? 2.3 million. I really want this other one to come up for me, and it's not. I want to get to the other things. So the states with the highest percent of maternity care deserts are North Dakota, South Dakota, Oklahoma, Missouri, Nebraska, Arkansas. Find any similarities in those states? Because I do. It's really important that, yeah, we've talked about this. Yep. Yeah, Cheryl, the Bible Belt that ain't taking care of babies. I want to share with you guys, because one of the things that a lot of people didn't know, that I want people to know, is that during her time as the VP, Vice President Kamala Harris put together a maternity care blueprint for the administration. They rolled it out in 2022, and in 2024, they actually talked about what they had been able to achieve. This is also in my link tree already, okay? But I want to give it to you anyway, okay? And maybe I can show you this. Of course they do. Of course they did. I've got a couple of different things. I'm going to put together like just a whole little section, and I promise I will do it, okay? Where did my blueprint go? Give me a second. Oh my God. This is sad. I have so many tabs. I have to scroll to get to the other side. Okay, here they are. All right, so listen. Some of the things, how about I share my screen with you guys over here so you can see it? Hey, Nance, how are you? So look, I want to show you guys this because it's pretty cool. So this is from the Biden-Harris administration, and this is their update for 2 years of progress. This is in my link tree, okay? So in June 2022, Vice President Harris announced the Biden-Harris administration's blueprint for addressing the maternal health crisis, which is in my link tree. It's a whole of government effort to combat maternal mortality and morbidity. Its focus has been on reducing disparities in maternal health outcomes and improving the overall experience of pregnancy, birth, and postpartum for all women in the United States. Since the blueprint was released, the Biden-Harris administration has made significant strides in improving maternal health for women across the country. Today, Vice President Harris announced some of the blueprint's key accomplishments when she was in Dallas speaking to more than 20,000 women. It was at the 71st National Boule for the AKAs, right? And that's the world's oldest college-based sorority. We all know that. I'm not a AKA, but that's what they do. All right. So number one, they created the first ever baseline federal health and safety requirements for maternal emergency and obstetric services in hospitals. This is important. I want you all to listen. So hospitals they now have to meet these federal health and safety requirements for obstetric services. And so one of the things that they incorporated, which I think is amazing, is that they would have to ensure emergency departments have sufficient protocols and supplies like crash courts that are for OB emergencies, right? So hospitals previously, when have you seen a crash cart that had everything that you would need for an OB patient? You wouldn't, right? And so they want to make sure that they have all of the emergency protocols for an OB emergency. They would have that hospitals have procedures in place for transferring maternity patients to other facilities if they don't have it. When a maternal death happens, that the hospital understands why and works to improve it. So they have to have an improvement plan. And then it also included annual staff training on evidence-based maternal health practices, among other topics. Okay. You learned about this from me. Love that. Yay. The second thing that I don't know if you all know that this happened. Part of her maternal health plan was she extended postpartum Medicaid coverage from 2 to 12 months. That was in her proposal, in the policies they were able to implement. I'm going to say that again. They extended postpartum Medicaid coverage from 2 to 12 months. That's a big deal, y'all. Next, which you knew, I know. They also had the American Rescue Plan that was put forth in the Biden administration allowed states to also provide coverage for a full year after having a baby when postpartum mortality remains at risk. And the fiscal year 2023 Consolidated Appropriations Act made this option now permanent. They achieved postpartum extensions in 46 states plus DC and in the U.S. Virgin Islands. That was her. This is why I was upset that they didn't talk about more of these things that she did when she was in office. But anyway, I'm a fan of this and I have seen this before. So listen, when you go on Medicare and Medicaid's website and you look up hospitals, there's now a little designation at the top that says that that is a birthing friendly hospital. And what that means is when you see that symbol, that means this hospital has met certain requirements required to get that little symbol there. Okay. And so it means that they have like whatever the requirements are to get that symbol, that's what they've met. So it's going to be a safer hospital to deliver your babies in. And it's on the CMS website, which I love that. Boom, 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 boom. This one is a huge one too that I don't know that people knew about. So part of this blueprint was they launched the first ever National Maternal Mental Health Hotline. And in the first 2 years, 38,000 people called that line and spoke to free, confidential, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week support. They had professional counselors that offered free 24 confidential support by phone or text in English and in Spanish. They also had additional interpreters for over and available in up to 60 languages. And they had helped, like I said, 38,000 people. And if you want the number is 833 TLC Mama, MAMA. 833 TLC Mama. And for some of you all who do not know, she tried to get several of these things done when she was in the Senate, and it always got blocked by the GOP folks in office. Yep, that's the number. Yeah, so they had extended, she continued to close the Medicaid coverage gap. This is another one. So there's a model now for transforming maternal health. And it's specifically for maternal health for people enrolled in Medicaid. How does that relate to Black women? Well, Medicaid covers 60% of Black women births, right? So if you now develop a model for Medicaid state agencies that develop a whole person approach to pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum care that addresses physical, mental health, and social needs experienced during the pregnancy. That at the time when they did this update in the middle of 2024, 15 states were selected in the fall, and they were awarded up to $17 million per state specifically to implement the model. Also, what they did was they distributed 3,000 newborn supply kits, and then they delivered 10,000 more in 2024. So what she launched was, this is in 2023, Vice President Harris launched the Newborn Supply Kit Pilot Project. And so they distributed these kits that had essentials for newborns. So diapers, information on federal resources like the maternal mental health hotline that we just finished talking about. And these were delivered in Arkansas, Louisiana, and New Mexico. And so that was the 3,000. That was the 3,000 that were in 2023. And then in 2024, 10,000 were distributed in Alabama, California, Georgia, Mississippi, New York, Tennessee, and in Texas. They invested in getting 2,000 providers available on how to screen, assess, treat, and refer women that are pregnant for mental health and substance use disorders, so that pregnant and postpartum women can get the care that they need when they need it, right? This is the other one. I loved this. So they had increased the number of OB/GYN nurses, midwives, doulas, and community health workers, especially in places without them. And they gave grants, scholarships, and loan repayment support. So it was $27.5 million program that specialized in maternity care training to over 2,200 OB/GYNs, nurses, and other providers. And then another $10 million program provided 95 loan repayment and scholarship awards to nurses with expertise in maternity care. Yeah. Just saying. Members of the military, retired military, and their family members that get care under TRICARE, that means that doulas, lactation consultants, and lactation counselors were also covered at the time. Kind of a big deal. The VA also extended maternity care from 2 to 12 months. Anyway, there's a lot. I'm not going to go through all of them because it's a whole long list and a damn blueprint. But these are already in my link tree. So the idea is to do what is possible, right, to reduce the maternal mortality rate overall in this country, and then also for the minority women that are impacted at a much higher rate, right? Black women should not die as a result of pregnancy 3.5 times more often than white women do. It shouldn't be the case in the United States of America, folks. It shouldn't be. And I hate to use the word should, right? Because it sets like a right or wrong thing. But I just believe that to be so. Yeah. I think we are just dismissed far too often in this country and not taken seriously. And so this is why I'm going to say this to Black women and to everyone else, especially women. You need to have an advocate with you. Even if you are normally okay advocating for yourself, you need to take an advocate with you, because sometimes in certain situations, it's difficult to speak up for yourself the way an expert is talking to you, right? The way that a doctor or a nurse or a specialist might be speaking to you. A lot of times it is difficult to advocate for yourself, even if you're great advocating normally. And by the way, almost everyone is better advocating for someone else than you are for yourself. That's that bullshit we do to ourselves. So make sure that you take someone with you to advocate on your behalf, to ask a question, maybe even give them maybe even develop a signal, you know, maybe say to them, listen, if you see me hesitate, if you see me say, I'm not sure, if you see me have a doubt, then speak up for me. Talk about it beforehand with the people in your life, the people that you love, the people that love you, so that you're prepared when you go in. Okay, it's really, really important. Yeah, I always, as the advocate, I always write everything down. They crack up because, like, if I take my mother in, I write down the time that they do absolutely every damn thing. From the time we arrive to how long it takes us to get in the back, to when they tell me they're going to do an IV. Did they do the IV? How did they do it? Like all the things, right? But it's really, really, really important to make sure that happens. And by the way, Shantae, your brother had me tripping. I love him. He's messaged me and said, hey, my sister Shantae left to go on a trip, but she left instructions for me to do the project for the people thing. I hope I did it right. He was so great. It was so cute. I said, you did it right. And I love that she left it for you to do. He was spot on. He was spot on. Yeah, you're very welcome. Folks, listen, let me just tell you this, okay? When you are talking, not just about pregnancy things, but other things, you always want to have an advocate with you. You always want to write down things. If you have the ability, if your healthcare service, they probably either have like Epic or they have Follow My Heart. They have some sort of electronic system to keep up with your stuff. Ask them, get your stuff set up, download the app. Download the app, because let me tell you something, the app will have the results before they come in that damn room and tell you. Listen, I be on the results before they ever come in. And I'm like, yeah, but what about this? And what about that? And what about that? Okay, I do. Do y'all literally, my mother is in another state. I log in to the app so I can see her test results. So Heidi, one of the things that you have to be careful about recording is hospitals are not public spaces, and you have to be careful about HIPAA if you record. And some hospitals have a policy that you cannot record. So things that I do take pictures of are like monitors and tests and things like that. 100%. I'm just going to go ahead since we're talking about things like this. Have you all ever noticed that when you're in the hospital, there's a board in the hallway that has the name of all the nurses, and you can see how many patients each nurse has? Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that, right? So the government, the federal government, refuses to do staffing ratios. California has done them, but we do not have federal across the board staffing guidelines. Nurses unions advocate for it all the time, right? California passed them as a state, Now, if your hospital isn't adhering to it, then that needs to be reported, right? But we don't have federal guidelines for staffing. And by the way, I have asked my nurse specifically, how many patients do you have, including me? Ask if there is a charge nurse on duty. Tomorrow, Noor, tomorrow, I have to get the girls off the school bus today. Did you hear me, you guys? You can ask. So things that are, I don't know if you all know this or not, but in many, hell yeah, we can ask that. I ask it 100%. Do you know what other things I will ask? I will ask, does your charge nurse also have a patient assignment? Because in many states, the charge nurse is not supposed to have any patients. And the reason the charge nurse is not supposed to have any patients is because the charge nurse is supposed to be there to back up all the other nurses. Okay? There's laws. If you are a hospital and you receive federal dollars, Salam Abdul, right? Yeah. So your charge nurse, all right, so check this out. So let's just say that you're in the step down unit. Okay? So you're not in ICU anymore, but you can't go to a regular room. And you're in a step down unit, kind of that in between place. And that's the unit that tends to get a bunch of folks, right? Yeah, but the charge nurse is not. So when you say, yeah, so let's just say you have, so let's just say that you have five nurses working. Okay. 5 nurses working. And it's a step down unit. 5 to 6 patients is like kind of the max. It's kind of the max. All right. ICU should be 1 to 2 patients per nurse. And so like in the NICU, I can tell you from Bella's perspective. So in the NICU, when we had critical babies, it is 1 to 2 babies per nurse. And in some situations, one-on-one is what should happen. If they are a grower or a feeder, meaning that baby is still in the NICU because they can't go home because they're not the size or the weight, but they're out of that critical status, then it can be like 3 or 4 to 1. Okay. So hold on, let me show you. Let me show you. So National Nurses United is a union, okay? And they recommend staffing guidelines, staffing ratio guidelines, right? They want everybody, this is something that we should be asking Congress to pass, our safe staffing ratios. And this is what they have proposed. I'm going to share it with you guys. So give me 1 second to get to the damn graphic. I don't want the science of it. I just want the picture, please. There we go. Praise him. I got the picture. All right, so let me show you. This is the image, and this is what they recommend that is safe. So I want you all to see this. Okay. So this is what they proposed for federal RN to patient safe staffing ratios. Okay. And this is based on patient acuity with the most critical receiving 1-to-1 care. So an operating room or a trauma patient that's in the ER, it should be 1-to-1. If someone is intensive care or the NICU or post anesthesia, labor and delivery, or if they are in the ICU in the ER, if they are receiving coronary care or acute respiratory care or the burn unit, it's 1 to 2 patients for every nurse. So this is 1 nurse and this is how many patients. So the max should be 2. Okay. If they are antepartum, if they're in a combined labor and delivery and postpartum couplets, pediatrics, ER, step down, and telemetry, 3 patients max. Intermediate care nursery, med surge. So med surge is what I referred to as a step down unit. Okay, psychiatric and other specialty care units, max should be 4. Rehabilitation skilled nursing facility, 5 to 1. And then a well baby nursery where all the babies are good, it's 6 to 1. Okay. Now, let me just share with you. This is something that Congress has refused to pass. Congress has refused to pass this. And what's sad about it is it leads to errors. It leads to mistakes. And it's not just that it's bad for patients. It's bad for staff. It's bad for nurses. Do you all know that I actually have seen a med-surg step-down unit at night because they have the most patients at night? I've seen them have 7 patients for 1 nurse. That's fucking insane. You can't do your job. You can't do your job. Like all the things that you're supposed to do when you take your patient out, you're not supposed to have that many. And so I will ask a nurse. Do you know what else I ask nurses? I ask nurses if they are travel nurses or if they're hired by the hospital. I ask nurses, are you a travel nurse or are you hired by the hospital? Yep. You can ask them how long they've been on shift. I will ask doctors how long have they been on shift. Oh, it's one of the reasons that there's a nursing shortage, besides the fact that they're not paid enough, besides the fact that they are taking too many patients. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. So these are part of the issues, right? Yeah. And so no, sometimes it depends, LA, because sometimes travel nurses can be great. Sometimes they can be great. It just depends. So like, for example, back home where I'm from, the hospitals are shitty. And so I will ask. Sometimes the travel nurses will be better than what you have. Depends upon where you live. I'll ask people how long they've been a nurse. But do not be afraid to ask, how many patients do you have assigned to you? I'm just saying, right? Yeah, it's up to the individual and where you live. But I watch all these things. And so I just showed a chart, Jet Blade. It's not what I deem ideal. It's what the National Nurses United says. And there's a whole breakdown. I have it pulled together so I can create like a little thing in the link tree for everybody. But it varies. And so it's based on patient acuity. Oof, not me dropping shit. But this is why I'm saying that these things matter. And Congress has not passed. Oh, I know they're staggering. So Congress will not pass a federal staffing ratio law. Never. You hear what I'm saying, you guys? So they have not done it. And the reason why is because healthcare systems can't continue to make a shit ton of money. So there's actually a graphic. I have a doctor friend that sent it to me one. Oh, yeah, it's up to the hospitals what they do. Now, their state may have recommended. So this is the difference. You got to also check your state because some states have laws, like California. So other states just have guidelines or recommendations. You can ask for your hospital's patient advocate. You can ask for the ombudsman. The ombudsman is someone that can advocate for you as well. If you are someone, so let me just go ahead and tell you this. Sandy, you need this. Sandy, you need this. Listen, hold on. Look at me remembering. Holy shit. Yeah, the ombudsman. Think about buds, man. Okay, so listen. So if you are somebody that has Medicare, if your dad has Medicare, if your mother has Medicare, and you are getting shitty care in the hospital, okay? Do you know that while your loved one is in the hospital, okay, you can call, it's called it's the Medicare QIO number. There's a number for every district that there is. And do you know that representative from that department, they will call the hospital while your loved one is there and make them answer shit. Yeah, I need to do a whole segment on this because y'all are looking at me like, what the fuck? So welcome, folks. Yeah. But there's a whole map for like what region they are in and who's the contact information for the different regions and the different states. So I'll just leave these pulled up and I'll put them in the thing. Yeah. So it's just really important for you guys because listen, yeah, absolutely, Tiffany. So let me just say this, you guys. There's a difference between laws, rules, and regulations in healthcare. Okay? Laws is when you get into the legal grounds of things. Rules and regulations, hospitals might break them. They can be found to be out of compliance, but and they might get a fine or they might have to submit a plan on what they have to improve upon, but it's different. They are not the same. Okay, so let me ask this. Sorry. All right, so the only state in the country that has a legal mandated minimum nurse to patient ratio is California. No other state in the country has laws about what the ratio has to be. This is another problem with healthcare. I'm going to say it again. This is one of the problems with healthcare. The healthcare industry, they will get by on a skeleton crew if they can. They will get by on a skeleton crew if they can. But what healthcare corporations have done, especially over the last 10 years, is you will see 5 different damn VPs under the same damn department. And yet the number of doctors and the number of nurses keep declining, but the admin keeps growing. And so they have all of this top heavy money, right? And then that's why they claim they don't have the money to pay the nurses and the staff. It's just like the federal government. It's just like our country. We are a top heavy country. They have all the money for the 1%, right? And then the president tells you we don't have money for daycare. You don't have money for daycare because you fucking buying shrimp and steak for the Pentagon. You don't have money for daycare because you want to blow through 30,000 damn tomahawks in 30 days. And this is the problem with the industry. And when I say healthcare, I don't just mean hospitals and things like that. I want you to understand what they call vertical growth. So listen, when we talk about what the problems are, is you would think that if I'm talking about a hospital, I'm talking about a hospital. And if I'm talking about the pharmacy, then I'm talking about the pharmacy. And then if I'm talking about insurance, then I'm talking about insurance. And if I'm talking about urgent cares, I'm talking about urgent cares or nursing homes. The reality is that a lot of these things have been integrated under the same umbrella. CVS is one of those. CVS is one of those. You know how CVS has their walk-in clinic, right? They also are in your pharmacy. They're also in, like, you know what I'm saying? This is that vertical integration. And so it's really hard for you all to, like, you have to really understand. So like, not only does the healthcare system that we have back home control like 96, 97% of the inpatient population, right? Yep. The pharmacy benefit manager, Amazon now has a clinic. Amazon will fill your fucking prescriptions. Sure will. Right. But like back home, they own several of the hospitals. They own the vast majority of the urgent cares. Right. So you're talking the pharmacy, the urgent cares, the hospitals, your specialty practices. And so what the government is scared to do is to regulate these healthcare centers and to regulate or enforce the regulations and enforce the laws that do exist, right? Follow me? Because, oh, well, if we cut into their profits, then we won't get this lobby money. If we cut into their profits, we won't get this and we won't get that. Right? Fuck that nonsense. This is why Citizens United needs to never be a thing. This is why the next Congress needs to make legislation that will codify language that would null and void Citizens United as a court case. Dead ass. It is why it must be a thing. But here's the thing that we need to understand, Rachel, is even healthcare corporations that say they're nonprofit make a shit ton of money. Okay, we're going to do something really quick. Remember that I have a 2 p.m. hard stop because I have to get the girls today, okay? But I want to show you all something. We're going to do something together. Are y'all ready? That's what I want. I'm going to pull up 3 things. And then I'm going to pull up one more. And I'm going to pull these 3 browsers out from everything else so that I can minimize everything and I only have to focus on this with you guys. Okay. And I know that we started with Black maternal health and now we've gone into health in general, but I'm okay with mixing them because they all play together. Okay. Because a lot of the disparities that happen in healthcare, that happen to Black women are because of not knowing some of the things that we're talking about. Where did I just put you guys? I pulled you guys out that I'm looking at, and I don't know where I put y'all. Hold on. I pulled y'all out trying to, there you are. Love it. Okay. Boom. Okay. Now I'm going to minimize everything on my damn screen except for this one group of only 4 tabs with, y'all don't laugh at me. Okay. Okay, folks, listen, this is, hey, Eric, this stuff is really good that I'm about to show you. And I want you all to remember the sites that I'm going over with you. Okay. And then just remember, I have a hard stop at 2 to get the girls. Okay. So I'm going to share with you guys the first one that I'm going to do. Did I miss one? Did it go away? Shit. I did. I missed one of the tabs. Hold on. Okay. Now I'm here. Yes, I am. Jesus. Okay. All right. So y'all ready? Hold on. Hold on. I don't want to get into single payer yet because we ain't there. Okay. Hey, Wawa. What's up, Showtime? Appreciate it. All right. You ready, guys? Okay. So I am going to share with you all. Am I sharing with y'all yet? Nope. First things first. If you want to know about your hospital and your hospital is saying they're a nonprofit, like my hospital does back home. Okay. So you can actually go right here and look, y'all want to see one of the last things I looked up? Not in this page, but with ProPublica. Oh my God. Okay. So I want to show you. I'm going to look up Ballot Health. Okay. Now, here's what I happen to know about Ballot Health. So I know that because they were the merger of 2 other healthcare companies, they actually file, and I believe it's on purpose, because even though they're merged together, they do not file one tax return for all 3 of them. They file 3 separate ones. Okay. So, but I'm going to click them. This is Ballot Health. Let me see if I can make this a little smaller for y'all so you can see everything that I'm doing. All right. So I'm going to click this, and they're a 50C13. This is revenue over here, but I can go down here and I can pull their filings for every year, and you can view it. So look, if I go over here, I can view this filing. Y'all got me? So I can see their actual tax return and when it's filed. Okay. Everybody following me so far? Now, I kind of know my way around this, but I'm just going to show you so that you all know. Okay. So it's going to run through all your money numbers, right? For a minute. All of this probably won't make a lot of sense to you, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't really matter. What I want you to get to is so these are the people that are your board of directors. Okay. So this is your officers, board of directors, trustees, key employees. All of this is here. So if I look, this is Alan Levine. He is the CEO of Ballot Health. Okay. His base salary is $1.983 million. So $2 million. Plus he gets an extra $250,000 on top of that. Okay. Marta Wyatt is the director. And so she is 430,000, and then she has an extra 30,000 above that. Okay. Now these are the other directors and people that these are the boards. So like this is the director, vice chair, Scott. These are the board members, and they are not getting paid anything. But then when you get down here, I want you to watch this. This is Shane Hilton. He's an executive vice president, CFO. Okay. His salary is $630,000, and he gets another 100,000 on top of that. Okay. Eric Deaton is an executive VP, COO. He is 1.1 million, and he has another 123,000 on top of that. Lynn Krutak, she ended in June 2024. He began. So Shane Hilton is who replaced her. She was the EVP, and her salary was almost $1 million plus another 100,000. Yeah, it shows everyone, and it shows everyone, Brandy, everyone. Marvin Eichhorn, EVP, CAO, another $1 million with 50,000. This is Julie Bennett. She used to be on the board. Now she has a position, right? She's the governing officer, secretary. Her salary is $567,000 with an extra 57 on top. And then this is Tony Keck, who's also an EVP, CPHO, 700 grand plus an extra 100,000. Now, I want you to see how many VPs. Now, doctors, I don't get as mad about because a doctor is a doctor. But here's another senior vice president whose salary is over $500,000. Lisa Smithgall, who was a senior vice president. She's almost 600 grand. So Vashist is a chief clinical officer. He's an MD. He also kisses their ass and whatever. Clay Runnels, who's also, his son works for them too, but he's an MD. He's almost $1 million, right? Vashist is 634. But I want you to look. Here's another senior vice president. Retail and physician services. He's kin to one of the delegates that helped get this monopoly passed, but he's at 643,000. If I go down another one, this is another senior VP. Okay. Where is hold on a second. Where is my where's Andy? Not me knowing him by name, but yes, me knowing him by name. Because Tim Belisle he's their former attorney, but he was replaced by Andy Wampler. I went to school with Andy. So Andy should be on here, but he's not. Why isn't Andy on here? Why isn't the lawyer on here? Because he should be. By the way, this is where you can also get into a little bit of the cronyism that exists. So one of the things that you will begin to see is how they all get together. So Paragon Anesthesia is actually a collaboration that used to be Ballard's competitors. Now they're independent contractors for almost $17 million. Medical Education Assistance Corps, that is supposed to be Ballard's competitor. They're part of ETSU, which is also part of anyway. They're 20 and 21 million, right? So this is where you get to see how incestuous the relationships are, and what it looks like. So, and the rest, there's a lot of other stuff like functional expenses and things like that. You can look up their charity care, how much they gave in charity care. Did they actually meet what they were supposed to meet? All of those different types of things. So this is the public charity status and public support. So are they supposed to provide charity care? Did they provide it? And then there's a place that tells you how much they provided. But yeah, it's cray-cray, y'all. It's cray-cray when you start to think about, and this isn't even an astronomical one. It's astronomical for where we live. but this ain't even the astronomical one. Okay. So this is the Nonprofit Explorer. So you can do this. Somebody else name another nonprofit. Name another nonprofit, you guys. It's ProPublica's Nonprofit Explorer. So this is the American National Red Cross. So you can see they are worth almost $4 billion. That's four with a B. B, that's billion. Okay. So if I click the American National Red Cross, so this was their audit in 2025. So 2025 is not available yet, which doesn't surprise me, but here's 2024. So if I hit view filing, now I'm looking at their form 990. And the part that I go to is I always scroll down because I'm looking at the officers and things like that. So the president and CEO, Gail McGovern of the American Red Cross, is making $1.3 million a year. That's her salary, the CEO salary. The CFO, the person who is their officer, their financial officer, is making almost $500,000. So their corporate secretary and chief of staff is making $341,000. Their lawyer, their general counsel is $300,000. Their second general counsel is $240,000. Their chief operating officer is almost $900,000. The president of biomedical services is $800,000. Their CIO, which is their chief investment officer, is $700,000. Chief development officer is $500,000. Human resources is $470,000. Their president of humanitarian services is $400,000. Chief transformation officer is $622,000. The president of training services is almost $500,000. Chief marketing comms officer is $450,000, and their senior vice president of product management and platform development is $432,000. So those are just the top. Those are just the top ones. So I'm blowing y'all's minds today. But I need for people to understand that nonprofit does not mean they don't make money. That is not what nonprofit means. Okay. So next, I want to go back to healthcare for a second. Yeah, these are all nonprofits that we're looking up. Nonprofit does not mean they don't make profit, y'all. I think a nonprofit only has to give away like 10% of their income or some shit like that. So watch. Now, I want to show you all something else. Yeah, Goodwill is crazy. Goodwill is crazy. But I want to stick with healthcare for just a second, okay? So if you guys have never been to this site, put a 1 in the comments. If you have never been to Medicare's Care Compare site, put a 1 in the comments. You can thank me later. Okay, people? So you want to go to this site. You can look up doctors and clinicians, hospitals, home health services, hospice services, inpatient rehabilitation, long-term care facilities, dialysis, whatever. Let's go to hospitals. Now, remember I told you that the hospital that I have back home was created because of legislation, and they are a legal medical monopoly. They really and truly are. I'm going to look up their 3 tertiary hospitals, which are kind of their head training hospitals. And what I will tell you is that these hospitals, prior to the merger, all of the hospitals were 3 and 4 stars. Okay. And I'm going to show you what they looked like today. And I'm also going to show you something that I'm also going to show you something that that Kamala Harris did. All right, you ready? This is Medicare Care Compare. All right, and I've gone to hospitals. So it's medicare.gov/care-compare. And I chose hospitals. So watch this. I'm going to put in 300. So I'm going to do Johnson City. And it's going to pull up. And you can pull up in a 25-mile radius. You can pull up in all these different radiuses. Okay. So I'm just going to do 25-mile radius. The overall star rating, it includes patient surveys and clinical ratings. Okay. So our VA Medical Center is 5 stars. Johnson City Medical Center, which is supposed to be their quote unquote Flagstaff hospital, it says not available, but I'm going to tell you this is because they worked a deal out with the Tennessee Department of Health. They are a fucking 1 star. They've been a 1 star for the last 3 years. But I'm going to show you. Do you see this little designation right here? This little pink woman with a baby? You can thank Kamala Harris for that, because that is the birthing friendly designation. That means that they've met all the federal requirements in order to be considered birthing. It's care-compare, but it's birthing friendly. So that is what VP Harris was talking about. Now, I want to show you what this looks like when you go into it. So I'm just going to tell you the things that I look at the most so that you all will know. I immediately go to quality. And then I immediately go to complications and deaths. That's my first. Okay. And this one is the one that I look at the most. Deaths among patients with serious but treatable complications after surgery. So if you have surgery, well, that's the patient survey. Their actual clinical rating is a 1 star. But listen, so deaths among patients that have a serious condition, a serious complication after surgery, but that complication is treatable. So this is a rating, not a percent. This is a rate, not a percent. The national result is 173.30. Do you see that? That's the national rate, 173.30. So what you want is for your hospital to be this rate or lower. Theirs is 226.06. So they are worse than the national rate. So more people die at this hospital than the national average for complications that are serious, but they're treatable after surgery. Okay. So that's one of the ones that I look at the most. And then the next is there's infections, and these are not all infections, but these are the ones that CMS rates hospitals by. So when you are talking about a hospital that gets Medicare and Medicaid, they have to turn this in every 30 days to CMS. And then there's a quarterly report that comes out, and this is the quarterly. Okay. I can show you how to get to the archives too. Not serious, but avoidable, Sin. Serious, but treatable. Serious, but treatable. Okay. So I'm gonna just show you where I go to. This one has gotten down. It used to be triple what it should have been, but this is your staff. So this is MRSA. This is the MRSA infection. You always want to look at MRSA. C. diff, just if their C. diff is high, it just means they're not washing their damn hands. But this is where it gets real fucking crazy. So yeah. All right. So I look at death rate for heart attacks. I look at death rate for heart failures. What's up, Shimmy? You will see that the national result is 2.2%. Their rate of death for heart attack patients is 4.1%. Heart failure, the national rate is 11.3%. Their rate is 13.1%. For pneumonia patients, the national rate is 16.2%. Their rate is 19.2%. For death rate for stroke patients, The national rate is 13.3%. Their rate is 18.4%. You want to know if you are somebody that has a heart condition or you are vulnerable to strokes. You might want to know these things. Okay. This is if they do cardiac cath surgeries. That's what this is. This is a not cardiac cath. This is a coronary artery bypass. Okay. So these are infections, and then these are death rates. But now there's more. So after complications and death, you go to unplanned hospital visits, which doesn't sound like it's important, but it is. So an unplanned hospital is not just when you go and you don't expect it, it's when you get readmitted. So how many of you all know that, let's just say, for example, you have Medicare or you have Medicaid, and you are in the hospital, you were admitted to the hospital, and then you're admitted to the hospital, you are treated, and you are discharged. If you are readmitted within 30 days of being discharged from that hospital, and you are readmitted for the exact same thing, Medicare and Medicaid ain't paying the hospital. And the reason they are not paying the hospital is because your ass was just there, and they were supposed to fix it when you was there. If they have too many readmissions, they can get in trouble. Okay. So this is the rate of readmission overall, but then they break it down by COPD. They break it down by heart attacks. They break it down by heart failure, by pneumonia patients, all of the things. Okay. So that's another one to look at. And then I actually look at the last one. So maternal health, they don't do it anymore. Maternal health, they used to also show, it's crazy to me, but do you know when they stopped? After a year of me reporting on the other statistic they used to report, it's not here anymore. But there used to be a percentage of how many births were being delivered 1 to 2 weeks early when it wasn't medically necessary. And it was crazy. Theirs was as high as 14%. Now they don't report it anymore. Crazy, huh? Pays to know people, though. So this hospital chooses not to voluntarily report this information. But you can actually see when they say they're underpaid, they're not. Medicare spending per beneficiary, the national average is 0.99. Yeah, it's not because of staffing shortages in Visible String. That's one of the reasons they would do it early. Is to manage when babies are born, so they might deliver you early, right? And they might, yeah. So this is 1.06 is the rate, right? So they're being paid more per Medicare beneficiary than the national average. So if they tell you that that's not the case, if they say they're not getting paid enough or they don't make as much money, it's bullshit. You can check. But the other thing that I want to show you outside of this is this next one is, this is from a company called Leapfrog. And this is the Leapfrog Hospital Safety Grade. If you've never been here, put a 1. Tell Muhammad OS, I said, give me a minute and I'll show you guys. I'm almost done. But if you've never ever heard of the Leapfrog Hospital Safety Grade, give me a 1. Okay, so you're gonna want to do the hospital safety grade, okay? And I'm gonna show you. So again, I do by zip code. You can do by hospital, okay? But when you put it in, yes, I agree. And so this is the hospital we were just looking at on Centers for Medicare and Medicaid's website. You see that? They are rated a D. How about that? A D. And then you can view the full score. And here's the other thing that I love is you could also show what they were previously. And so they weren't graded in these 2 quarters, right? They are graded twice a year, in the spring and in the fall. So they weren't graded in the spring of 2025, and they weren't graded in the fall of 2024. But this is what they've been for the last several years. Yeah, it breaks it down. And so look, it shows you what their score is, what the best hospital score is, what the average is, and what the worst is. So this is what so in MRSA, they're fine. So I automatically go to what's in the red. So for infections in the blood, this is where the patient is given a central line or a tube in their body to deliver treatments, and then they develop a damn infection. So this hospital score is 0.844. The best hospital is 0. So this is why they are in the red. Now, that's under infections. You can go to problems with surgery. And you can see they're in the red for surgical wounds that split open afterwards. They are double the best rate. Okay. Death from serious treatable complications. Remember, that's the one I told you on the CMS website to look for. Their rate is 224. This is the best. So you can get an idea. They're almost 3 times worse. If you go to kidney injury after surgery, they are more than 3 times. The hospital comes after their estate unless they have medical insurance that covers it. Okay, you can go to safety problems, right? And then you can go, this is the part that I think is really, really telling, is the practices to prevent errors. It'll tell you like doctor's orders are put in through a computer, blah, 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 blah. But this one is the one. Doctors, nurses, and hospital staff, right? So do you see the red, the red, the red, and the red? Their score is 46. The best hospital is 120. So effective leadership to prevent errors, they don't have that. Specially trained doctors care for ICU patients, they're worse than the average. So for ICU patients, specially trained doctors, they're worse than average. Communication with doctors, worse than average. Communication with nurses, worse than average. So these are the tools. But I'm wanting to see how well a hospital does in terms of infections, in terms of death, in terms of all of those things. I am going to this website. So this is the website. This is the hospital where my mama is. If my mama has an emergency, this is where she has to go. And this is a 1-star hospital. So now y'all know why when my mama was sick, I moved back home and stayed there for a year, right? But this is their quality. So look at complications and deaths. So this is their deaths with patients that have serious but treatable conditions after surgery, complications, 190. So they're above. That's central line, blah, 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 blah. Oh, they got their MRSA down too. Proud of them for that. So their death rate for COPD patients is 11.6. The national result is 8.8%. This is heart attack. Here's a good one. This is their death rate for pneumonia patients, 21.9%. So more than 1 out of every 5 patients that is admitted for pneumonia at this hospital dies within 30 days of being admitted. I want to say that again. The death rate for their pneumonia patients is almost 22%. So that means more than 1 out of every 5 patients that is admitted for pneumonia at this hospital dies within 30 days. They got this number because they looked at 430 patients that were admitted for pneumonia. So you do the math. If 1 out of every 5 died, how many people out of 430 died? Now y'all know why I'd be like, let me take my ass home and take care of my mama, right? So then you go after complications and deaths. We do the same thing. Readmission rates, right? Yeah. and then I go to, those are the two like main ones. And then you can go to maternal health, patient reported outcomes, which they probably didn't report, and then payment. So CMS, their hospital compare, Leapfrog, hospital safety grade. And then if you want to look at the finances of any nonprofits, ProPublica, their nonprofit explorer is great to do that. Okay. So I hope that was helpful. Yeah, babies is going to be too specific. But, and it just depends. So they only keep in their archives on CMS, they only go back so many years, but Sin, you can FOIA that. You can FOIA the Kentucky Department of Health or the Tennessee Department of Health, because that's Vanderbilt. You can FOIA CMS. You can FOIA CMS or the Tennessee Department of Health, and you can get that question. Y'all doing okay over here? Y'all are like, holy ish. Yeah, Ethan, I would have to go back and look at it now, because when I'm sharing, I don't get to see you guys' comments. But I hope that this was helpful for folks. Okay, so which one? The hospital safety grade or CMS? Yeah, I'll put it in the link tree for y'all. Okay. Muhammad OS wants to show us a wedding. Yeah, it's hospitalsafetygrade.org. You're welcome. Yeah, and even so, Sin, like I would have to go in. So because what they have, the archives are all in Excel spreadsheets, which literally at one point in time, I had downloaded the Excel spreadsheets for our hospitals back home, and I had them from 2015 all the way up to 2023 downloaded on my computer. Yeah. So I know he wants to show us, well, I accepted him, but he's not there. So I don't know where he's gone. Yeah, you're welcome. No problem. No problemo, people. If Muhammad OS comes back, then I will show you guys the wedding in Palestine if he comes back. Okay. Oh, you guys are very welcome. Oh my geez, oh Pete, y'all, I got stuff everywhere. You are welcome. So listen, I'm just going to give you guys a couple of other things, okay, in case you don't know, okay? And we can do that while alaikum salam. Hold on, let me move. I am good. How are you?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
الله أكبر الآن. الله أكبر الله أكبر الآن. عشان الأذان بأذن. الله أكبر الآن. 5 minutes بس. 5 minutes. Okay.
I'm gonna, let me see if I can.
5 minutes
and they're coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
لأن الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Okay. He's going to pray. I got you, Shimmy. Yeah, it's time to pray. I got you. No worries. Okay, so let me fix while he's going to pray, we'll just appreciate it, Shimmy. I hope that all of this was helpful, folks. He does. He looks much better today. He does. So there was something else I was going to tell you guys. Fuck. I lost it now. Oh, I got it. Okay, so listen. Here's the other thing that I want to share with you guys. You need to know in your state what are the laws regarding medical malpractice and suits, because many states, especially right-leaning states, conservative states, they are corporation friendly. They are not consumer friendly. So some of the worst states that exist have a 1 year time frame, right? So like if you love that. So some of them you have to file, or an attorney has to at least give a notice of an intent to file within 1 year. Okay. Salam ala shak shak. Some states are 2 years, and then the best I've ever seen is you have 3 years from the date that you know to file an intent to file. The other thing that you want to know is that if you file an intent to file, like for a hospital, it's not just if they make a mistake. A lot of it is going to be based on, do you have any lingering long-term effects or disabilities because of the mistakes? Okay. And so it's not the same across the board. See, they all think that I'm doing the panel. The panel is tomorrow, folks, just so everybody knows. The panel is tomorrow because I have to get the girls today. But Mohammed OS he's showing us a wedding in Palestine. That's why he's on the panel. But yeah. And I'll just tell you, Shantae, I prefer Novant over Atrium. If which site is legit, Bobby? Thanks, Linda. Hey, Raja. Hey, friend. Yeah, Novant's the best. Well, so this site doesn't rate charities, Bobby. The sites that I'm on doesn't rate charities at all. So the sites that I use today, the first site that I showed you was just it is a nonprofit guide site. So there's two. It is ProPublica's Nonprofit Explorer, so you can look up the nonprofit's tax returns. Another site to do that is GuideStar, but that doesn't rate the charities. That's just looking at their tax returns. Medicare Care Compare isn't a rating of them. That is literally based on their hospital stats for infections and deaths and complications and all of that. And then Leapfrog's hospital grade is also based on the hospital's performance and measured. So none of this is like a rating of a charity. It's based on their performance and their data. It is specifically the data. So I just want to be clear. Hey, Rick, how are you? Yeah, I know. There is one of those. This just isn't one of this. I wanted to be clear that this is what this one's not what that is. Valerie, you don't have to worry about Rick calling me names. I'm not worried about Rick. I'm really not. So listen, the fact that Rick is a grown man and still uses a slur is, to me, tells me a lot about Rick. You know what I mean? I would never use. So for those of you guys who are wondering, Rick is over on Facebook, and you know the slur that starts with an R and ends in tard, and we used to say it about people that had mental health disabilities. So he's doing that word with the lib in front of it, like they like to do, right? That doesn't bother me. Literally, if Rick is a grown man and that's the way that he chooses to communicate, that tells me everything I need to know. Yeah, but Valerie, they do it all the time. And for me, that just tells me who they are as a person. You know, it doesn't bother me. I don't know Rick, and Rick doesn't know me. He's basing that off of me putting up a post, that says that the president of the United States of America is responsible for the billions of dollars that we have wasted against Iran. And so that to him makes me a lib whatever, right? And that to me is funny, because the reality is that it is the president of the United States that did that. It wasn't Congress, because Congress didn't authorize us to go to war, right? So there's no one else to blame but the president of the United States of America. And that doesn't make me anything. You know what I mean? It's just sad that he's not as concerned. You know, it's just ridiculous. We didn't achieve anything. You know what I mean? We didn't achieve anything in Iran. We still have the same regime in place because the Ayatollah's son is running things. The IRGC is still determining who goes through the strait and who doesn't. And they're collecting a toll, right? So that's still happening. We got 13 to 17 of our military bases in the Gulf Coast either significantly damaged or uninhabitable. We literally have soldiers living in hospitals in the Gulf states because Iran damaged our bases so badly that our soldiers can't even stay in the bases, right? So we have a shit ton of money that hasn't even been spent yet that we're going to have to spend to even rebuild what we had, right? We used over 1,000 of our Tomahawk missiles, right? It's going to take 2 to 3 years to replace those Tomahawk missiles. It depleted our Tomahawk reserve by 25%, which is crazy. We lifted oil sanctions on Iran and on Russia. So Iran has made a shit ton of money over the last 4 or 5 weeks, and now so has Russia, because we lifted their oil sanctions. They got money coming in hand over fist, and people are over there paying $2 million to go through the strait. We gained nothing from this, absolutely nothing. We are worse than ever. And then on top of that, gas is over $4 damn a gallon, and it's projected to be, diesel is going to stay over $4 an hour through the middle of 2027. And that is the United States Department of Energy that's projecting that. Not me. That's our own government that is saying that. Yeah, I have. Right?
Dani.
It's just crazy. Like, yeah, Shawnee. So this little boy is singing. It's a Palestine wedding. I'm going to get my shoes and socks real quick. Listen to that little baby. He said, Allah, Allah. I wish y'all could see it. I can clip this part and share it with you guys and post it. I don't know, Lisa. I mean, Linda. Maybe it's because this part is just the men. Maybe. Yeah. Since you guys can't see it, I'm gonna go ahead and close down over here because I got to get the girls off the bus today. But I will absolutely cut this and share it on the socials. I appreciate you guys for joining in, and I will see you guys. Oh, thanks, Beach Bum. Who made me smaller? Yeah, I will do it, Heidi. I appreciate you guys so much. Okay. All right. Love you guys. Bye.